Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session on leveraging domestic resource mobilization. I will not bore you too much, but I'll just introduce the topic so that we can get on to the business of the day. Usually, improvement in living conditions involves massive funding, particularly for developing countries that are still in search of meeting the basic needs of their people. The cost of meeting such basic needs in a sustainable manner has continued to increase, not only because of the global inflationary trends, but also due to the increasing needs of the people relative to available and exploitable resources. Unfortunately for developing countries that are desirous of meeting these basic needs, there exists low and declining per capita income across countries, increasing inequality between the rich and poor among the citizens of the country, and falling international financial support for low-income countries. This calls for innovative thinking on how to leverage on mobilization of domestic resources for sustainable development. In fact, the inability of many developing countries to meet up with the achievement of the Millennium Development Goals by end 2015 was attributed to lack of finance to execute the projects in most cases. As early as 2005, when the implementation of the MDGs was at its infancy, it was already apparent that official development assistance will not be sufficient to achieve the MDGs. The European Commission opined that overseas development assistance alone will be inadequate to finance accelerated economic growth, stemming of growing poverty and achieving other MDGs. It is in this context that it has become apparent that resorts to domestic resource mobilization must be intensified in Nigeria, like other African countries, must achieve sustainable economic development. The gathering this afternoon, at the end of its sitting, must not only be able to identify the traditional sources of domestic funding of development programs, but also propose some innovative approaches to mobilizing domestic resources for development. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we'll listen to them so that we save on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alade. Without much further ado, may I invite Dr. Doyin Salami, the co-chair and resident commissioner Fiscal Policy Roundtable, to make a presentation on fiscal governance and taxation in Nigeria. Dr. Salami, please.
Madam Session Chair, distinguished members of the panel, members of the audience, I've been asked to speak to the themes around fiscal governance in Nigeria. And in my view, I think there are probably a couple of questions to try and answer in my remarks over the next 10 minutes. I will not presume that what do we mean by fiscal governance? But beyond, and I think perhaps more important, is the question, why the focus on fiscal governance? And as you will see shortly, the focus is simply because we are, if not already at some unsustainable levels in terms of our fiscal arrangements, we are certainly getting very close to them. The challenge then becomes, what are the issues in terms of fiscal governance and what do we need to do in order to remedy them? And I think it's pretty clear that when we talk about fiscal governance, it's really, as I've put up on the slides that you can see, It's about rules, regulations, and procedures that influence how budgetary policy is planned, approved, implemented, monitored, and evaluated. Now, in a sense, this happens here anyway. After all, we do budgets every year at federal and at state levels. And so there is some governance in place. But it might be interesting just to get a quick sense, okay, what underlies all of these fiscal governance things? And in my view, there are about 4 or 5 things. The first for me is data. What numbers do we have that guide our budgetary and fiscal arrangements and procedures? What rules do we have that guide us? Are we necessarily always short-term? Beyond that, what level of independence do the components of our fiscal arrangements have? And then, of course, the budgetary procedures that we deploy, how robust are they? What issues? But before we start talking about this, I think this for me is one of the most important reasons why fiscal governance is important. As you can see there, the debate about whether Nigeria's indebtedness is sustainable or not, I think is clearly addressed here. The light green colors refer to debt to GDP. The dark green colors refer to debt service to revenue. And we are already at positions where our debt service to revenues have become, in my view, unsustainable. Yes, they've gone down. They had gone down between 2016 and 2017, but we are still far above 40%. That said, the challenges around our debt service capacity are underpinned by 2 things, in my view. Rising expenditure in the face of falling revenues. And when you look, Nigeria's revenue yield currently is about 7%. Now, there is no way that that does much. When you look at other countries, and I simply chose a selection, the African average on the revenue side is, as that shows, almost 22.5%, whereas Nigeria is almost 7.5%. So you can imagine a situation where it's not now about an economy, it's about the capacity to and the efficiency of raising resources that the public sector can deploy. If, and I re-emphasize, if we met the African average, what that immediately does is that we are doing 1/3 of what everybody else does, so you pretty much triple your revenue basis. And that, for me, is a key reason why these issues are very important. As I said, spending is rising. Our strategy currently is spend our way out of a recession. Problem is, the revenue side hasn't heard that that is our strategy. That said, governance, in my view, is not about spending and revenues only, spending towards purpose. And for me, what all of this shows is the quality of life argument. Human development diminishing, per capita income diminishing. So any which way, the point is that our fiscal arrangements need to be looked at if they are going to take care of the people that they're supposed to. So, having said that, what are the key issues that our fiscal governance arrangements need to deal with? In my view, one of the key challenges is not that we don't have these things set up, or statistics, implementation, fiscal rules. We have them, but to what extent is our fidelity to some of these things? Because when you look, for me, it's an important question, that to what extent is our fidelity? The Fiscal Responsibility Act is very clear about quite a number of things, but to what extent do we observe them? Beyond that, I think Nigeria urgently must get back to a meaningful budget cycle. Currently, 2019 ahead, we're coming to the end of October, and it's pretty clear that pretty much what we did last year is what we will do again this year. And by that, I mean the budget will probably not get to the National Assembly until, at the earliest, sometime much later in November. And by the time it's deliberated upon and with an election ahead, we probably will just about be lucky to get a budget before the constitutional requirements for its passage elapses. How do we plan? How do we propose to get an economy going in the absence of an established, reliable budget cycle? Beyond that, what data do we actually also have? Ordinarily, for budgets at the macro level, you're talking of data around projections for revenues, projections for spending. You're talking about assumptions about oil prices, assumptions about the exchange rate. Some of these are available, but typically they also don't show up early enough. And don't forget, when I speak to budget governance, fiscal governance, it's not just at the federal level. Whilst there may be macro data, there's certainly no micro data. Work that we've been doing suggests to us that the tax collectors really don't know who their customers are. We don't have data about households, data about corporates, data about sectors. All of this is missing and makes it very difficult to get budget or fiscal governance in any meaningful shape. For me, one of the most important assumptions in Nigeria's fiscal governance arrangement is the assumption about oil price. But guess what? There is nowhere that I am familiar with where the determination of the budget benchmark price for oil is determined. Yep, the executive proposed something, then the legislature may or may not change it. When they change it, they don't seem to be under any obligation to explain how it was arrived at. And for me, that's a major weakness, given the extent of the contribution of oil to Nigeria's economy. And so I think it's absolutely important that that element of our arrangements must be looked at. Responsibility and accountability is also very, very important. In my view, yes, government is large, but whilst at the federal level, I don't know how many of you have been reading the auditor's report, the Auditor General's report over the last couple of days or thereabout, over the last week. At the federal level, yes. By the way, the one published now is for 2016. Now, imagine, at the state level, it's just nowhere to be found. Believe me, we've gone after state auditors general trying to get copies of their certified audit of their state spending and revenues, and we just can't. So when you don't have that kind of efficient, timely resort to accountability, then in my view, we actually create more challenges than we find. A very big issue that I think our fiscal governance arrangements needs to determine is what's the philosophy of fiscal policy. Because whether we like it or not, yes, we speak about the need for growth in the economy, but does the underlying philosophy of fiscal policy, does it speak to the same thing? Does it speak to efficiency in the use of resources? Don't forget, there are 800 governments or governing units in Nigeria. 774 local government, 36 states, 1 FCT, 1 federal government. Even if we can hold the federal accountable belatedly, to what extent can we hold anyone else accountable? To what extent do we understand some of the philosophies that guide many of these federating units? In my view, therefore, where we are at, we have reached simply because oil has been the key driver of our fiscal arrangements. It doesn't matter whether it's revenue, whether it's spending therefrom. And so, what do we need to do? In my book, it's got to be about fiscal governance that grows the economy and in consequence grows both the revenue and the expenditure sides. Let me reemphasize that. Fiscal governance philosophy must be such that it grows the economy first and foremost, and grows the economy in an inclusive manner. Secondly, we then speak to effective and efficient collection of mobilization of resources and use of those resources. And therefore very clear in my mind that, yes, the structure of incentives has to be looked at to ensure that it actually does stimulate the economy. And we need to understand that revenues must be available to spend. But how do you determine what is the level of mobilization that you need? And this is where, for some of us, it's a bit frustrating. And let me put, there are two ways to do this. The first is simply to say, look, we are 7%, everybody, the average is 22. If we get from 7 to 22, there's a significant improvement in our resource base. So that's one way. Essentially, from a revenue perspective, get more revenue, then we worry about how you spend it. But in my view, the more important thing about fiscal governance should have to be, what are the objectives that we set for poverty reduction, for example? What is the relationship between government spending and poverty reduction? And given the Fiscal Responsibility Act's requirement of a cap on the deficit, then you can figure out how much revenues that you need in order to achieve those goals around the improvement of the quality of life. In my view, when the question is asked, where do we need to go? That is where we need to go. A clear definition of what the goals are to be, a clear articulation of what the relationships are, and therefore a clear a basis for determining just how much resources you need to mobilize. And let me perhaps conclude on this note by saying that where we are at, domestic resource mobilization, you cannot avoid it. It's the only basis that is sustainable. However, the government also needs to be clear about what it is that it is spending money on that can be ceded, allowed to the private sector. Because that then speaks to a more judicious and effective use of the resources that are available. We've got a chicken and egg situation. Which comes first? Should we raise revenues as a prelude to spending? Or how do you, as research has found for Nigeria, low tax morale, low trust in government, how do you rebuild the governance between the government and the people, which speaks to the government collecting taxes, but the people feeling that they have the benefit of good services? In my view, Nigeria must move away from where we have been for far too long. And where have we been? We've been in that situation where there's a covenant between the government and the people. We, the people, will not pay taxes. And in return, we will not ask what oil money is spent on. As it is, the government is now asking us to pay taxes, but remains unwilling to answer this supplementary question, what is its spending doing for the people? So for me, the challenge is clearly defined. They are not insurmountable, but they do require a very determined approach that deals and understands some of these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Salami. My favorite saying has always been, in God we trust, every other thing is data. So for those who would hear things like grow the economy, grow Nigeria, inclusive growth, income inequality, wealth inequality, balance sheet restructuring, let us pick some data around it. And I'm hoping that throughout this course we'll be able to do so. In the course of my desire to get Dr. Salami to set the tone, we skipped a video documentary which shows citizens' perceptions about fiscal governance in Nigeria. I'm sure if we should watch this, it will speak to that philosophy, that seeming lack of a sense of absence of nexus between the citizen and the state. And that's why we can say we will not pay taxes. At the same time, we will not ask you what happens to the oil economy. So for the better perspective, can we just watch a 6-minute video on the citizen's perspective about fiscal governance in Nigeria? Thank you.
Nigeria, a diverse nation rich in people, culture, and resources, known across Africa as one of its most vocal and opinionated people. Many Nigerians seem to have a clear understanding of the role natural resources plays in building a great nation. But do they have an understanding of the role their taxes play? We went to find out.
Yes, I do.
Money tax.
No.
Yes, I do pay my tax.
Because it's my civic responsibility.
It is very important. As a citizen of Nigeria, I need to pay tax.
The perception that most times when people pay tax, the people at the tax office, they don't remit the tax to the appropriate authority, or they end up stealing the money. That's why we don't pay.
It is my company that used to pay my tax. Really, before they pay you, it's already in your pay slips. They will pay your tax.
But there was this time I went to make inquiries about the tax thing. I went to their office at Mori. The procedure was cumbersome, so I had to just withdraw and all that.
We pay levies on other things, apart from school fees of children, other things were being paid.
No, but I'm also aware that for every item I buy that is taxable, I pay VAT.
Yeah, we're supposed to trust our government. We're supposed to trust them. But we know that there's bad egg in the system.
Really, I don't trust them. We pay tax because we want them to provide the necessary things for the masses, for us. But they're not doing it.
Oh, Jerry, I'm not trust anybody. I myself, I'm not trust myself.
But in all honesty, everybody needs to pay tax.
As far as you are up to 18 years and above, you need to pay tax. It's very, very important.
Everyone of legal age who's earning a salary should be mandated to pay tax.
I'm okay. The tax is not much. I'm okay. Because me, myself, I like growth.
I'm comfortable with it because I know the importance of tax paying.
The tax I'm paying, I don't know whether the government are using it or they are not using it.
There's not water, there's not good road, so people are really suffering from that.
They're not using anything to anything.
If you look at Nigeria generally, you may not be encouraged to pay your tax, But in Lagos, the government is quite responsible, at least more than average.
Tax is meant for government expenditure, but in Nigeria, the case is not the same. It's either they steal the money or the money end up in somebody's pocket. So,
if they make an avenue for people to know more about it, that it's your responsibility, you have to do it.
They should try and do something more creative, something more than what they've been doing in the past, so that the taxpayer will be seeing it. When they are seeing it, there will not be a bias in paying.
Yes, I will still encourage people to pay their taxes.
It's advisable everybody should pay their tax if at the end of the day, tax is going to be used for what it's meant to be used for.
A strong revenue base that is balanced between the non-oil sector and the oil sector is critical to financing Nigeria's development programs and long-term macroeconomic stability. In exploring alternatives to increasing local revenues through tax, stakeholders need to understand citizens' attitudes and perceptions in order to establish a mutual social contact and to design an equitable, fair tax system with the ability to execute Nigeria's development plans and to fund critical social sector programs in health, education, infrastructure, amongst others. This video was brought to you by the Fiscal Policy Commission, created by the Nigerian Economic Summit Group.
Table team of the NESG. Dr. Salami asked the question, should we raise revenue before we focus on expenditure? One of the challenges we've always faced in Nigeria from all the memories of agendas, development plan we have, has been how to operationalize the best of plans. Sometimes, we've often looked at it as good works of fiction. To help put some context to this, and mapping the perspectives and challenges in domestic resource mobilization in Nigeria is the Mission Chief and Senior Resident Representative of IMF, Amin Mati. He will be taking us on this presentation soon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here for this panel on this important topic on domestic revenue mobilization. I'll try to look at the time to make sure I have my 10 minutes and no more. So let's start very clearly. Why is it important? Dr. Salame talked about the fiscal space, development challenges, but let's put things in perspective in some numbers. He quoted a number of 7.5% of GDP, total revenue. But let's look at non-oil revenue. Non-oil revenue in Nigeria is about 4% of GDP, one of the lowest in the world. If you look at the fiscal balance, that's non-oil revenue, that's from 2012 to 2018, that overall deficit has increased. Then you saw that one of the reasons is that you lost the volatile oil revenue component. But the non-oil revenue component stayed relatively constant. So the idea here is to increase revenue, how to act in terms of perspective on the non-oil revenue component. And there are several ways of doing it. And of course, you will also have to make a choice between revenue mobilization and the services delivery. But we believe that without the revenue mobilization, you're not going to have the service delivery. And I think one of the studies that we have done was that the minimum tax to GDP ratio of 12.5% is what you would need to have a significant acceleration in growth and where you have a nation state being able to provide services. And the government is conscious of that. It's going with an ERGP with an objective of increasing revenue from 5 to 15%. But to do that, you will have to look at different components of revenue, tax policy, revenue administration, and I'll talk here about some of the perspective in some of the individual components. Just in terms of comparison, Dr. Salame talked about 7.5 with respect to other countries. You see here, when you look at non-oil revenue, Nigeria, which is at the left hand of that little graph, is really way below. At 4 or 5% of GDP, this is really low. But this is something that the government is already working on and has recognized as one of the challenges for Nigeria. So what are the options? There are several. One that I want to focus on, excises. And the perspectives here and the potential here is quite large. So excises, what are they? Duties on smoking, drinking, gambling, fuel, consumption, I mean, you name it. In Nigeria today, excises are really only applied to tobacco and alcohol products. They are ad valorem rates. There used to be in 2009 an excise on fuel products, which used to bring quite a lot. That has been discontinued since 2009. There was little, so there's very little revenue yield, and I'll come to that from excise. And one interesting thing about excise in terms of quick revenue generating measure. For changing the rates, you don't need to go through Parliament and the whole process. This is an executive decision that can be made. Let's talk numbers. In Nigeria, excises only bring 0.1% of GDP. This is one of the easiest source of revenue to get, and you are 0.1% of GDP, you compare that to a 3% of GDP average for ECOWAS and for most of the countries. You look at Turkey, it's getting 6.4% of GDP in excise. One of the reasons for that is that fuel products are also taxed. In terms of total tax collection, excise in Nigeria is only 2.3%. That tells you how much potential there is in trying to get revenue up. Now, just wanted to show some of the statistics when you look at tobacco and alcohol. I won't go into the details, but we have a paper out that shows some of that. In terms of the price, the excise is only 15% of the price in Nigeria. In many other countries, it's as much as 60%. In the advanced countries, in emerging markets, about 30% in some of the African comparison. Again, the potential is there. And the same story can be said on alcohol, where some of the rates are 4 times lower than the ECOWAS average. Again, a lot of room for space, even though, and I'm sure there must be some operators in the room who think that the tax is already too high. Maybe that's how you feel, but compared to other countries in the region and in the world, they are low. And some of the recommendations here is to really have them into specific excise, have excise on fuel products, excise on luxury goods, including on airtime fee. That could, we just did some small simulation on that. That gets you 0.8% of GDP within a year. That's money that you can spend on important development spending. Let's talk about another important component, VAT. Current VAT today in Nigeria operates more like a sales tax because you can't really get a refund for some of the investment that you're doing. So you're basically taxing also investment, which is probably why some companies are asking for exemptions. There is no registration threshold, which means a lot of companies have to file VAT, and I'll come to that in a minute. You have large exemption, and at 5%, the VAT rate is one of the lowest in the world. So, again, I'll talk about the revenue yield. In Nigeria, VAT is about 0.8, 0.9% of GDP, and that has been constant over the last 5-6 years. Other countries, you get about 3.5, 4% of GDP from VAT. Now, some considerations here. You can act on 2 ways on VAT, one on compliance and one on the rate. If you were to remove, one of the important things is to broaden the base. And one statistic that keeps coming back is people saying, why is compliance on VAT in Nigeria very low? Well, also the fact that you have no threshold means that everybody has to file. But if you look at statistics, 97% of the VAT filers represent only 3% of the VAT revenue. But all of those are still resources that tax administration needs to spend to verify and etc. So, increasing the threshold, this is, Saudi Arabia introduced the VAT, and it has a compliance rate from the get-go of about 80–90%. Why? Because it started at a high threshold. This is one recommendation to try to be able to focus on the large taxpayer, which is important. Now, the VAT rate is one of the lowest, so I talked about that. But one important statistics is compliance in Nigeria is low, so it's about 20–25%. If you were to double compliance to 50–60%, you would double the VAT collection. Again, the rate, each percentage point increase in the VAT rate can get you 0.4% of GDP in revenue, but that doubles once you get the compliance up. So it's a question of working on both sides. Now, I'm here to talk about perspectives and challenges. So one of the challenges I understand from VAT would be also the political challenge. VAT affects consumption, could affect businesses, would affect some of the households. And let me go to these slides, which makes it faster. We estimated the VAT revenue gain. And I'm going to concentrate on the columns number 5 and 6. If you were to double the VAT rate from 5 to 10%, you get 2.5% of GDP approximately in additional revenue. Now, if you increase the VAT, we did an analysis, it affects poverty. Poverty will go up. But to keep poverty constant and the poverty gap not moving, you need to do transfers to some of those populations. And if you do that, we calculated that to do that, that was about 0.7% of GDP. In sum, by increasing the VAT and then at the same time putting some of the social transfers, you can have a net revenue gain that is important. And I'll go a lot quicker. On tax incentives, there are many tax incentives in Nigeria, and the NIPC did a whole list of compendium of tax incentives, pioneer status, concessions, etc. There was a work done by the National Assembly that identified the cost, which was, we found it a bit low at 0.4% of GDP. But we did another analysis. And I just want to flag, again, to show the potential and in terms of perspective. We just took the GDP decomposition data and we tried to look at what companies will have. So we looked at what the second line here, which would be net operating surplus. And then we calculated what are the total taxes that have been paid, corporate income tax, even petroleum tax, education tax, etc. And then we calculate the implied tax. And the implied tax rate has been decreasing and is only 4% of GDP. And we are updating those numbers, but we don't expect that to have changed a lot. That tells you there is a lot of leakage that by widening the base, you can increase the revenue. And the same story goes for the import duty waivers in terms of the potential and perspective. But let me go to another topic which is linked. To increase revenue, tax policy is necessary, but revenue administration in both tax and customs administration measures are essential. They need to accompany that. Now, we saw it in the documentary, we saw it in Dr. Salame's presentation talking about if you have low revenue, that's also a direct reflection of weak service delivery. But then you enter into a vicious circle. Which one do you do first? Well, we think revenue mobilization is needed. But then, if you look at the active tax population in Nigeria, it's 6%. You find out whether you look at it from the CIT or VAT or others. Now, there's the taxpayer registration database that needs to be improved, the compliance risk management. There hasn't been, although now the tax administration is working on cross-checking the information with third-party providers and against taxpayer declarations. All of those are weaknesses that have been identified, the tax administration is working on, but are important to increase the base. So when I talk about improving the taxpayer register, sometimes you don't have a unique taxpayer identification number. There is not always a use of the ITAS, the Integrated Tax Administration System. We've been hearing reports that even though you file electronically, a lot of the tax agencies just enter the information manually with something called Kalamanzu cards, which explained to me that was something that happened many times, but is still being used here. That, if you look at the taxpayer register itself, one of the statistics we saw that the tax agency has worked on is they found 500,000 dormant accounts, which usually you need to get out of the tax register. But then when they looked at these dormant accounts, which they forgot about after, they found out that half of them are actually accounts that have operations. Therefore, those are taxpayers that you can look at and that would need to increase revenue. Same thing with the filing and the managing arrears. And again, so this is how to manage a taxpayer register, but I don't need that. But let me give you, in terms of perspectives, a potential revenue impact here. So we just did a scenario, again. Let's assume 40% of potential taxpayers are in the database, in the taxpayer registry. Let's assume that you improve filing rate by 70%. Let's assume that arrears management only takes 6 days, 7 days to go after the customer. You find that in a 5-year period, you would have increased your revenue by 2.5% of GDP. Each year, some of those measures bring you more revenues. Again, this is not politically difficult, but this takes time, and a lot of the focus has to be on improving the tax administration process. Now, my last slide. As you embark on these reforms, these may not be the easiest reforms. You need a champion in pushing these reforms at the highest level of government and at the tax agency. You have a potential for revenue that is quite high, but you also have vested interest. You have companies that don't like to pay taxes. You have people complaining about services. You have lethargy. That whole culture is something that needs to change and be addressed. You also need to make sure that as a government, you are able to estimate what is the right yield and what are the taxes. And let's not forget one critical aspect, the distributional aspect. That's a challenge that will need to be taken into account, because that also that also affects the socio-political dynamics of whether that reform can go ahead. Now, I won't talk about service delivery against tax effort. That's, again, a vicious circle, but you have to start somewhere. And I only addressed here the perspective and the revenue potential at the federal government level. There's also a whole story at the state level, and maybe to finish at the state level, there's also an important consideration to take into account is how to coordinate what's happening at the state level with the federal level. So the federal level wants to increase taxes or revenue, but the state levels also. And at the end, for the taxpayer, effectively he ends up paying more. So that coordination also needs to be taken into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amin. Because I'm very conscious of time, and this is a very, very serious subject, I'm going to introduce our last presentation. And before I do so, I will take piggyback on what Amin said. At the very least, for some of you who are well enough to know how Nigeria did budgeting, you remember a gentleman called Professor Aboyadeko. When he walked around budgets, it was so easy in this country to understand that the common denominator in all budgets was the household. And I saw Dr. Salami talking about macro data and micro data, is that the absence of the household in all the conversations is so significant. And why is this so? Because if you're talking about taxation, you're going to have to reduce it to the level of the household. And so when you want to measure impact of any decision, it must come back to the household. It is in that regard you also ask yourself that there are interesting figures out there. For example, you take a look at the subnationals and look at each of those subnational census figures in each state. You extend it further. You might even try to look at voters' registration figures. Then try and juxtapose that with the tax figures. This will offer you some interesting parallels in which you understand that one or two things must be wrong. Is either your population figures and your election figures are not correct, or your tax figure is wrong. Both cannot hold true. To offer us, at this time, a global lessons for the Nigerian context around tax optimization, may I call Dr. Neil McCullough to share his perspective. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm going to be speaking about some lessons which we have learned from global best practice, and particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm going to start with a commercial. A lot of the lessons which I'm going to be discussing are described in great detail and in excellent prose, actually, in this book, Taxing Africa, which is a publication by Professor Mick Moore, Wilson Pritchard, and Odd Helge Fjellstad from the International Centre for Taxation and Development, which is based in the UK, but which has in several countries throughout Africa excellent networks, including in Nigeria. So I want to give a little bit of a shout out to the Nigerian Tax Research Network, led by Mustafa and Ollie and Michael, who are all here. And there will be an excellent workshop over the next couple of days for the Nigerian Tax Research Network. So if you want to get more involved in tax research in Nigeria, this is the place. But what I want to do in this short presentation is to pull out some of the lessons which we've learned from, particularly from across Africa, which might be relevant to the Nigerian context. And many of these Amin has already talked about in a little bit more detail, so I just want to proffer 6 key lessons which might be relevant. So the first lesson, and it may be an unpopular one, particularly for people who come to the Nigerian Economic Summit, is to tax rich people. There's a famous joke about Willie Sutton Jr., the bank robber in the United States. And when he was asked, why do you rob banks? He answered, because that's where the money is. The reason you tax rich people, of course, is because that's where the money is. And yet many countries throughout sub-Saharan Africa do quite a poor job of taxing rich people. Now, when I say taxing rich people, I don't mean PAYE on large salaries, which is where the focus is. The vast majority of personal income tax throughout Africa is collected from PAYE on salaries. However, the reality is that that's actually a very small share of the wealth of the wealthy. The very wealthy need a special treatment to themselves. That doesn't necessarily mean a punitive treatment. In many countries, for example, you've found that the amount of money that can be retrieved from high net worth individuals, which is the phrase that is used, is very substantial. Take the example of Uganda. What they did was they took a list and they simply listed the top 60 lawyers in Uganda. You write down. Now, lawyers generally are not poor, and yet only 35% of them are paying any personal income tax. Only 5% of company directors were paying any personal income tax. Personal income tax is 2% of revenue in sub-Saharan Africa, whereas it's around about 10% in the OECD. So one thing that Nigeria could do would be to put together specialist teams which look at the broad set of assets, not asset by asset, but looking at the individuals. Many individuals are perfectly happy to actually pay more tax if they're reminded of what their obligations are, particularly high net worth individuals, precisely because they have a reputation to maintain. In Zambia and Tanzania, when they set up these teams specifically to talk to high net worth individuals, they got benefit cost ratios of between 10 and 100 to 1. So these are relatively cheap interventions which have very big payoffs for revenue. So the first lesson is tax rich people. The second lesson, which I think Amin gave an excellent account of in a number of different dimensions, is to minimize exemptions. What we find is that there are extensive exemptions, not just in Nigeria, but throughout sub-Saharan Africa. In 6 African countries, exemptions were 1/3 of total tax. If you're giving away 1/3 of total tax before you've even collected it, then obviously you're not going to collect nearly so much revenue. Now, the reason why tax exemptions are given is because people will say, we need them. We have an industrial policy. We want to boost. We want to encourage. We want investors to come in and so forth. These are all good things. And we've heard a lot during the course of the summit about investment in industrial policy. However, in some surveys which have been done, 84% of investors said that tax exemptions weren't actually the thing that drove them. It's a very high percentage. That means if you're giving a tax exemption to somebody who actually isn't being driven by the tax exemption, they would like a tax exemption, of course, but the tax exemption isn't the important thing. What's important is having 24/7 power. What's important is having a good road. What is important is having legislative certainty, and so on and so forth. Often the tax regime is somewhere down the line. So therefore, that suggests that there are ways of providing tax exemptions which are targeted, having clear criteria as to what those exemptions are for, having clear time limits on all exemptions so they don't just roll and roll and roll, as we saw with pioneer tax here in Nigeria. Getting that pioneer exemption in the oil and gas industry rolled and rolled and rolled until eventually it was suspended a couple of years ago. Monitoring their use. If exemptions are to be given, let's understand whether they work. That can be measured. Let's make sure we monitor and measure that. And registering such exemptions with the tax administration so that when they end, it's possible to shift people back over to the normal tax regime. So dealing with tax exemptions is one lesson which we learn from many countries would have a big impact upon revenue. Now here's an even more controversial one, which we learn again from a wide variety of different countries, which is reducing tax expenditures. Tax expenditures are different from tax exemptions. Tax expenditures, you don't get the money in the first place because the revenue collecting authority spends the revenue before even remitting it to the government. And they can be very large. And the two globally, which are largest, of course, are fuel subsidies and electricity subsidies. And just to give a sense of the scale, fuel subsidies globally are well over $100 billion. Electricity subsidies, more or less the same. And these numbers are a lot smaller than they were a few years ago. 3 or 4 years ago, they were around about $500 billion because the oil price was high. Well, now we have a rising oil price, so these numbers will be going up again next year, almost certainly. In the Nigerian context, as we all know, this matters a great deal. Fuel subsidies are probably something, NNPC estimated in June, that there were 2.4 billion naira per day. This is 800 billion naira. That's about 2/3 of all corporation income tax. So therefore, tax expenditures, whether they're for fuel subsidies, electricity subsidies, or other forms of tax expenditures, have a big effect upon the amount of tax you collect. And this isn't just a problem for Nigeria, but it's a big problem for several other countries as well. So just as for exemptions, the solutions for this are to say, if we want to have a subsidy, fine, have a subsidy, make it clearly stated in the budget, and let's evaluate the effectiveness of such subsidies or such tax expenditures in order to make sure that they're actually doing what it is that we want them to do. The third lesson, I thought, well, I've got lesson 4, so maybe I can't count, but anyway, use property taxes more. I'm delighted that we have a very senior representative of the government in Kaduna here, because we'll hear more, I'm sure, about property tax innovations which are happening in Kaduna. But across all of Africa, property taxes are very underutilized. In the OECD, property taxes are 1 to 2% of GDP. Here, or across Africa, they're probably 0.1 to 0.2% of GDP. So there is a huge scale for property taxation, whether it's land use taxation or similar. And the reason for that is simple. If one thinks of the development and growth story of Africa at the moment, it's a story of urbanization. Cities are booming. All sorts of new economic activities are starting up in cities, and as a result, retail prices of real estate are going up very substantially. So as a consequence, it's extremely important that we capture some of that value, and property taxes are also quite progressive. So the lessons that we learn from other countries is that property taxes should be an important part of one's portfolio, and at the moment in many countries, they're not. Of course, one of the reasons for that is the difficulties in valuation, but the difficulties in valuation are not impossible. And if one professionalizes and modernizes and simplifies the process of valuation of assets, then it is possible to raise significant revenue from property, as the Lagos and indeed the Kaduna governments are showing. The fifth lesson, again echoing some of the comments in the previous discussions, is investing in tax administration. It's all very well to have good tax policy. We have a nice new tax policy 2017 in Nigeria. It's all very well to have good tax legislation. Very important to have that. And we'll hear more, I'm sure, from Professor Shamoran on that. But ultimately, you only get the revenue if the tax administration is good. And that needs capacity, well-trained staff. It needs coordination and cooperation. It's simply not acceptable or not effective in countries if only the Inland Revenue Service is responsible for trying to get the revenue. It's important to get coordination between the ministries, between banks and credit card agencies, between utilities, between corporate registries and so forth. Only with these third-party sources Is it possible to come up to a clear and coherent picture of what tax is owed? And of course, it's important that it's clean. One of the things which we might talk a little bit about later on is the survey which we did with the Fiscal Roundtable of the NESG, looking at Nigerians' perceptions of the tax system. And in many cases, they felt that the tax system wasn't clean, wasn't being fair to them. So ensuring that staff are not enriching themselves as a result of the process is essential in order to build trust in the whole system of tax administration. And to use existing tools. There are many lessons to be learned from other countries. There is a tax administration diagnostic assessment tool, the TADA, which is run by the African Tax Administration Forum. And so using a tool like that can help one to learn the lessons as to how effective one's tax administration is. And then the final lesson which we can learn from other countries' approaches to taxation is to be fair and to deliver. Firstly, on the fairness side of things, there's a great deal of evidence that in order to get voluntary compliance, and voluntary compliance is key, you have to have trust and you have to have reciprocity. People have to believe in the tax system. We all loved the bit of the video where the lady said, "Oh, I don't trust anyone, I don't even trust myself." That is a very common reaction in many countries about the tax system. Only if one builds trust do you get the buy-in necessary to actually get voluntary compliance. But in addition to that, one has to have reciprocity. There has to be something, as I think one of the respondents in the video said, we don't get anything back. If you believe that your money isn't going anywhere or it's just going into somebody else's pocket and it's not delivering you any services, then naturally people are skeptical about engaging in the tax system. And so one of the strong lessons that we receive from other countries is that this issue of trust and this issue of reciprocity, of getting something back for the taxation, is a critical element to building higher voluntary compliance and therefore getting a far better tax take. So that's my 6 lessons. I think let's get on with the discussion. Thank you.
Now we move into the high-level panel discussion. And so permit me to introduce the 2 other members of the panel. Representing His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, Nasir Al-Rufai, is Dr. Salamatu Isa, the Special Advisor on Economic and Investment Matters in Kaduna State. Supporting us, making up the list of the panel, is Professor Teju Shomuri, the Distinguished Professor of Taxation and immediate past President of the Chartered Institute of Taxation, of which I'm a member, and we'll be having a session. I would kickstart this by asking the most obvious one. Luckily, I can see in front of me the President of the Chartered Institute of Accountants of Nigeria and the President of the Institute of Bankers as well. So my first direct question would be to Dr. Isa. It's for her to share with us a perspective of how did Kaduna handle domestic revenue mobilization, and most importantly, would appreciate if you can speak to the question, the observation made by Dr. Salami about audit within states, as to whether you have conducted an audit, so that we can balance the 2 legs of collection and utilization. Dr. Isa.
Thank you very much. Based on, if I can start my discussion within the contents of Dr. Salami, I believe that every state has the potential to increase its tax base. But the issue is we need to have politicians with business ideas and business mind to actually achieve that. And I would give credit to my state governor, Ahmed El-Rufai. He seems to have the business mind and the business ideas to move the state forward. And from the report of the ease of doing business in Nigeria, it shows that all the effort of the team in Kaduna State regarding business improvement or attraction of investors into the state is successful. Because from that particular report, which I know one of the reporters shared here when I came yesterday, we moved from 54.7% to 65.97%, which shows there's great improvement in the ease of doing business. And actually, this is a sign that the state is doing well, because you could only have investors when you have the right regulation, the right business environment, which is conducive for all the investors. And what I would like to say is that the states realize that we cannot depend on federal government allocation of the revenue needed, and because this is not sustainable over time. When we have risks, if we depend so much on oil revenue, when there's risks or shock, what happened to the performance of the state regarding the revenue allocation? So the Council of Kaduna State decided to act by pursuing a diversification of revenue sources and improve both the ease of doing business and payment in terms of payment and efficiency of collection. And the state set up the State Revenue Collection Agency, which is the recognized revenue agency in the state, and where all taxes payable in the state are paid. And before then, the council actually enacted a tax law where all taxes payable in Kaduna State are paid or are listed in one single law. And the law is called Trust to New Investor-Friendly Tax Code. It is very comprehensive, with lists in all one tax law for all the states. It harmonizes and centralizes the collection of all revenue in the state, and it provides and assures the sanctity that the business environment or investor treasure in terms of ease of doing business. And in line with that, the investor has precise knowledge of what taxes are payable and can also arrange prompt settlement of obligations, secure in the knowledge that they are dealing with only one single agency in the state. So any investor that comes to the Kaduna State, the states refer him to that particular single registration to know what taxes are applicable and payable to the state or the local government. And just like how many of us know that when we want to criticize the tax system in Nigeria, we say it's multiple and so on. Now, we know that all tax to one single agency simplify all the bureaucracy of paying taxes. You know what specific tax to pay, to what organization you're supposed to pay to. And the state ensures that there's no any individual or organization that you can pay tax to. It's no more. With the recognition of the Kaduna State Internal Revenue Agency, that is the only single stop where you have to pay your tax and where you have to check what tax is applicable to you. Now, we also have other revenue option in the state. We have the industrialization plan, which is on the pipeline now, which we feel it has great potential to raise revenue. Kaduna State has a lot of mineral resources, and we feel with industrial cluster across all the identified local government area which has potential in mineral resources, we can actually raise or improve the tax base. And with our holistic lead sectors approach and holistic implementation, we know that the industrial policy will actually open more avenue for revenue base and income generation. Now, we are specific on the investor window of the tax reform, because with unemployment rate and poverty rate in the state, when you have an implemented or holistic implemented industrial policy, it opens avenue for employable opportunities and for revenue base, which will increase the revenue for the state government to also increase it or stimulate other economic activities within the state. So for this, this is just a little, so that I will not take much of the time.
Okay.
And I'm still studying the state because I was just given this post in the last 3 weeks. I think I started 2nd of October. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Isa. Permit me to reckon that, congratulate you on your recent appointment, and that I will come back to the question of the audit of the state. It will suffice that you may take some time to reflect on that. Let me go over to Professor Shomori. The three legs upon which taxation stands on is policy, legislation, and administration. The argument has been made that what most subnationals in Nigeria have been doing is tax collection rather than tax administration. Would you want to share your perspective with me, really, that with what has happened? When you see people mention increasing figures of revenue growth in the last 3 years, against increasing unemployment, against increasing poverty numbers, what is the understanding we should take away in terms of reforms, really? Yes.
Oh, this works.
Kind of. Yes.
Thank you very much for the recognition. The fiscal roundtable of the Nigerian tax system has been bothered with a lot of questions in respect of tax reforms in Nigeria. And there's a need to answer some questions to some fiscal inquiries. Where exactly is Nigerian tax system? Where are we supposed to be? Now that we cannot continue to depend on oil because of the vagaries in oil, are we not going to look elsewhere beyond oil? What are we going to do? Are we going to fold our arms and let things rain? So I conducted a study, Dex review, as well as some empirical study on the thematic reforms of Nigerian tax system, comprising of tax policy reforms, legislative reforms, as well as tax administrative reforms. In carrying out the study, we tested certain hypotheses to look, for example, what is the impact of tax policy of revenue growth in Nigerian tax system? What is the impact of legislation on tax revenue in Nigerian tax system? What is the implication of tax administration? We also looked at the implication of exchange fairness, implication of multiple taxes on tax revenue growth in Nigerian tax system. The respondents that we had in the exercise, there were 9,600, comprising of household, government officials, companies, taxpayers, and so on and so forth. From the responses that we got, we were able to analyze our findings. So I will now go to the findings as well as the recommendations and the way forward. For example, we noted that there are a lot of challenges confronting the Nigerian tax system. There is challenge of funding. When a former chairman of FRS was speaking yesterday, Ife Komogui, she mentioned funding, that it's a bane to tax administration in Nigeria. Funding is a very key issue in Nigerian tax system. So apart from funding, we noted that a lot of tax officials as well as taxpayers, they don't have understanding of the tax laws and the tax code. The objective, as I said earlier on, is to look at all those areas and their impact. Now the findings The first one is that taxpayers said that exchange fairness is not equitable. They pay taxes, but they cannot see taxpayers' money at work. If they pay tax, they expect government to do something in return. Even in the Constitution, there's a section that talks about what the state is supposed to do and what the citizens are supposed to do. But Nigerian taxpayers, they can't see their money working for them. That's a fundamental one that we noticed in the study, exchange fairness. The other one that we noticed was that, or we found out, was the issue of multiple taxes. There are so many taxes that are being, collected by the same level of government. The burden of tax for a typical company in Nigeria is on the high side. If you take an example of a company like, let's say, Guarantee Trust. Guarantee Trust Bank will pay company income tax. If it makes a profit, and it does most of the time, that it will pay tertiary education tax. That's another burden on that company. The staff working with Guarantee Trust Bank, their salaries would have been subjected to payee, which is a deduction, a form of deduction withholding tax. That would have been done. Then at the state level, they pay different tax of levies, charges, fees, and so on, and also at the local government level. So there are so many taxes in Nigeria that is not, conducive to growth of companies in Nigeria. So that is another one that we found out, the issue of the multiplicity of taxes. During our findings, we discovered that generally respondents, they don't want VATs to continue, the voluntary assets and income declaration. We found out that although it made a lot of people to comply, because it's a form of being forced to come and comply, but the findings does not support the fact that the voluntary assets and income declaration scheme should continue. The other finding was the lack of education, tax education by taxpayers, lack of awareness, also the knowledge of tax laws. Many of the tax officers, they do not have knowledge of the tax laws, because for some of the questions that we posed to them, they were asking our research assistants what we meant by some of those questions. So that shows that there's need for the tax officials to be well trained. The other thing that we found out in our study is the issue of financial autonomy and administrative autonomy. I'm making another reference to what the former chairman said yesterday. She said when she was appointed as the chairman of FRS, she was very lucky because she has the backing of the president as well as the backing of the Minister of Finance. She was referring to the issue of funding. If there is not correct funding, there is no tax authority that will be able to perform its function. And by that reason, it will affect economic growth. So all the tax authorities in Nigeria, they are supposed to be, to have both administrative autonomy and financial autonomy. But what we found out in our desk review is that not all the tax authorities enjoy both administrative autonomy and financial autonomy. FRS enjoys it. Lagos State Internal Revenue Service is actually the first tax authority to start financial autonomy and administrative autonomy. Many of the state governments, they don't have this kind of full autonomy. Some have administrative, they don't have financial. Then the tax authorities that have the Establishment Act that sets them up, we discovered that they provide for cost of collection because it's the cost of collection that actually gives them the power to spend money in order to improve the tax system. But we discovered that they have a provision in the law that establishes cost of collection. But in practice, they don't practice the cost of collection. They still go back to the civil service whereby salaries of the staff are being paid from the civil service. And they don't have sufficient fund to improve the... So our recommendation in that is that all the tax authorities that are yet to be fully autonomous, they should quickly be autonomous. Then on the exchange fairness, the recommendation in that respect is that government should make sure that the taxpayers' money is at work. For example, in Kwara State Internal Revenue Service, we discovered that they have a project which they call Give Back to the Community, whereby the staff of the Kwara State Internal Revenue Service, they involve themselves with helping the people that live in Kwara State. They go to the markets, they clean the refuse, they clean the market, they do all sorts of things for the people, the local people living in Kwara State, so that they can actually see their money being at work. So this is the recommendation, that there should be something given back to the community by way of taxes that they pay. Then transparency and accountability is another one. Neil has mentioned that one. People should be accountable and be transparent into what they do. Then in respect of the tax laws, our recommendation is that one of the 13 changes of 2017 is that the Office of Tax Simplification, OTS, should be established in the Ministry of Finance, whereby tax laws will be simplified. So this is very key to the recommendation found out from our study, because taxation is a creation of law. There's nothing we want to talk about in taxation that will not be related to tax law. For example, if you talk about rate of company's income tax, which is 30%, you must be able to support it with Section 40 of Companies Income Tax Act. If you talk about registration, that taxpayers should register. If you look at the whole of the Companies Income Tax Act, asking people to come and register that they are taxpayers to FRS, you cannot find any section in Companies Income Tax Act that requires taxpayers to come and register. But under the Value Added Tax Act, Section 8 clearly specifies that vetted persons should register for VAT. But we don't find that in the Petroleum Profit Tax Act, Cap P13 LFN 2004, nor in Companies Income Tax Act, Cap C21 LFN 2004, nor even in PITA. It's not in any of these tax laws. You find it only in the VAT law. So by the time the OTS, Office of Tax Simplification, comes to work, it should be able to add to all this. Is it time?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So our recommendation, the final recommendation is that since it's based on tax policy reforms, legislative reforms, as well as tax administration reforms, our main recommendation is that government should quickly set up another study group to do a holistic study of tax reforms in Nigeria, because as we are now, we have different layers of tax reforms being done piecemeal. There's the Tax Implication Committee doing one, there's legislative doing another one, there's also the NASBA one. So there are different layers of tax reforms going on in the country. So we believe that the government should, by early 2019, set up another study group to now do a holistic review of all the tax reforms in Nigeria. And that will take us to where we should be, because as it is now, the tax to GDP ratio is 6%, and we want it to grow to as high as 12% or more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. Prof, by the way, I had been pre-warned that if you did not get in any word on the legal system and the gaps in there, it would not be a complete presentation. I took the gamble, and naturally it came to pass. Here's the thing. I would like to throw this open to the audience, but before I do, I'd like to ask one question to which Dr. Neil and Amin should speak to. We can complain for all we want about we won't pay taxes, you won't pay, we won't ask questions. The law, as it says, is that you have to pay your taxes. This year, as a whole, you find that most companies have done a few things like reduce staff strength. Top line has been adjusted for most companies. So naturally, you don't need rocket science to know that your tax contribution is going to dip this year. And it then begs you the question of productivity in the economy, as it were. Now, there is also the major point about the sustainability. We have this knee-jerk reaction where we have a problem of cash flow, we start focusing on tax. If the oil goes back again, we leave it again and we go back to... So this whole idea of understanding the role of fiscal governance as a means of achieving it becomes an issue. So I'd like to ask the following question. When the ERGP came out, there was no connection between the ERGP and anything around the fiscal structure, as it were. Because one thing you understand is that you would expect that certain things within those, your excise duties, rates, and taxes, would also have to change to reflect where the direction is going, which shows there is an absence of ideology. Is there now, therefore, an ideology? Second question. With the debt service to revenue ratio going southwards, going northwards as we see every day, where is the gap for us? Third question, and any of you can pick any of the questions between there, is that this fundamental contract between the citizen and the state, which goes to what we have repeated it often here, the social contract, is in effect non-justiciable contract in the first place, because there is nobody being held to account in government to start with. The Section 6, subsection 6C of the Constitution makes it very clear. So we don't really have a contract, it's a myth. So let's just break it down to what it is. How do we, without setting up another policy commission which will just pile up things, how do we ensure that we manage the argument around collections with the need for utilization on the other side? I think, Neil, you perhaps speak to that, but you can speak to any of them. 3 questions. You start.
I start? Okay.
Because you have to speak on the debt issue as well.
That's fine, I can start. On the ERGP, the ERGP has an objective of going from 5 to 15% of GDP.
Yep.
When it came out, some of the policies were not completely laid out, so the details were what was missing. How do you go from 5 to 15 and year by year? I think there's a committee on revenue that has been put together, but the measures and the potential of different taxes are clear. You have CIT, PIT is at the state level, you have excise that are low, property tax, that's also at the state level, and then you have VAT, so those 3 sources are where really action is needed. There was a focus initially in the ERGP on administration, which is fine. And the ERGP also says at some point VAT reform needs to be acted on. But tax administration, the measures that need to be taken take time, but they can give some significant yield, but they cannot get you to 15% without tax policy, this is where the political angle comes in. But in the ERGP, I would say act on some of those reforms. Excise is one way. Tax administration is the second way. And on tax administration, when I talk about compliance, when I talk about having the right taxpayer register, or focus on the large taxpayers. The numbers that I said about VAT, when you are focusing on all the taxpayers, but 97% of VAT filing gives you 3% of revenue, you know that you can maybe spend your resources on the large taxpayers so that you can get those that give you the large amount of revenues, right? That's some of the statistics that, cross-data matching is one of them. You have somebody is telling you, I don't have any revenue, I don't pay taxes, but then you find that he has a government contract or customs is reporting them. Those are type of checks that need to be done. Now, you talked about interest payment to revenue. Yes, that was high. That was 66%, but now oil price has gone up. So your interest payment to revenue has gone down. So my recommendation on this is use this opportunity to work on the non-oil revenue, because you can't depend on the volatile oil revenue. This is the time to work on that stream. And so that, to address your comment, is that this is the time to work on that stream so that you don't need pressure when oil prices go down again, that you have problems in mobilizing revenues and where pressure seems to be.
So the shocks, the propensity for the country to be exposed to shocks remains either way. So there's no buffer really.
But the country is exposed to shocks. So when oil price goes down, then the economy, the non-oil economy is also affected, and therefore the non-oil profits, etc., and therefore your base is going down. But that's where you're widening the base or increasing the rates can come in. But that works both ways, right? And I would say this is the perfect opportunity to make sure that the non-oil revenue mobilization, 2010 you could say was a good time, 2011, and you saw that non-oil revenue has not moved since then. So the only thing that has changed is that oil revenue has gone down. But the spending needs are still as important as they are. And you had a third question, which was?
Utilization and collection and utilization. What are we doing? What are we not doing in that regard? The conversation seems to just focus only on collection. How do we collect more, widen the base, and whatever?
This is why you have a budget process, right? You have a budget appropriation, you have the spending priorities. I know there's a session after this talking about the human capital investment and enhanced resources needed for educational and health outcomes. Those are priorities of the government that are then debated within Parliament, and there's a lot of emphasis on capital spending. So this is where the resources have been allocated, but this is transparently, I would say, what maybe needs to be done even more is to publicize what is happening with that spending. In other words, you have a budget appropriation, but then what is the execution? And where has that gone? And maybe that's the second aspect that, that could help.
Thank you. Okay.
No, Neil.
Neil, okay, Neil. And Madam, you will speak. No, go ahead.
So I just wanted to pick up on the point on productivity, because I think it's a really important point. You were talking about harmonizing the fiscal structure and making sure that the fiscal structure reflects the desired boosts in productivity. I think it's very important for us to not just to focus on the revenue side, but to look very closely at how the expenditure side is boosting or not, or failing to boost productivity. If one thinks of what the growth challenges are, the growth challenges aren't because of the incompetence of entrepreneurs. The growth challenges are that the roads have potholes, that the electricity keeps on getting cut off and so forth. These are all public goods. And so ensuring the efficacy of public expenditure in order to be able to, I was very interested in your example, for example, from Kwara State, saying that, or Professor Shamoran's example from Kwara State, where very visibly the government is attempting to give something back, to show to the community that they are boosting the productivity, they are boosting the effectiveness as a result of the tax revenue that's being collected. And I think that's really key. That's come out of the survey that we did on perceptions of Nigerians towards taxation, was that they don't feel that they're getting anything back. But if they did feel that they were getting anything back, they would be willing to pay more tax. So we explicitly asked people, would you be willing to pay more tax if you were to get these services? And the key question was if. People said, oh, well, we don't believe that we'll really get it. But yes, if we were to get these services, if we were to get these public goods, which will boost our productivity, which will boost our growth, then we will...
Isn't that what goes to the question about the budget process, really? Isn't that where that should take place?
Well, certainly there are all sorts of issues associated with the budget process. We probably don't want to get into that right now. But fundamentally, the governments, both at the federal level and at the state level and at the local level, have the capacity to deliver, because we've seen initiatives. Take, for example, the initiatives on taxation and revenue and service delivery in Lagos, which have been extensively studied. What we saw over a 10-year period were substantial improvements in the sorts of services which Lagosians were receiving. And as a result, when you go and ask Lagosians, what do they think about taxation? They say, oh yes, we should pay our tax because we are receiving these things.
Well, I think from my perspective, perhaps the most, yes, revenue is quite urgent, and getting people to, well, getting the system to be able to mobilize resources is very important. But by the same token, the point about expenditure cannot, in my view, for much longer continue to be ignored. Yes, I have absolutely no doubt, and a lot of the work that's been going on is simply about where are the gaps in terms of revenue raising, and Amin has, done quite a bit of, in his presentation, looked at a couple of them. That's not all of them. But I am quite clear in my mind that the object is not raising revenue in itself. That's not the end game. It's raising revenue towards a purpose. And one of the things that I fear we may inadvertently set ourselves up for is a scenario where all manner of means, revenue rises, but the inefficiency of spending may continue. And if that happens, the challenge that already exists around the trust in whether or not revenues are being deployed to the benefit of taxpayers will simply intensify. And at the earliest opportunity, people will simply not pay taxes. And so in my book, a lot of what we have said about how we should, either from the production side, from the household side, from the trade side, they're all very, very important. But I think for far too long, the conversation's almost been one-sidedly, go and get the money in. The conversation must divide to, yes, we need to get the money in, but what do we use the money for to ensure that that money can sustainably, continuously continue to come in the quantums that we require? That, for me, is at the heart of what both fiscal governance and fiscal philosophy will have to deal with.
Thank you. Prof, you wanted to put in
I was going to make some comments on the recommendation by Matthew that there is need. That there is need to the revenue base, that we need to expand the revenue base. But what I want to say is that in expanding the revenue base, that means we have more taxes than what we have now, if you want to expand the revenue base. Right now, the taxes that we have in the Nigerian system, they are between 65 and 66. When you count the taxes, the revenues, the fees, the charges, and so on and so forth, they're over 65. It used to be 39 before the law, the approved taxes. 39. It used to be 39 in the tax system. The federal government, FRS, was allowed to collect 8 in the first schedule, the state government to collect 12, and the local government to collect the rest. So there was a review of that tax law, of the approved list of taxes. After the review, when a lot of people were complaining that the taxes were too many, by the time the review was concluded, the 39 number of taxes in the Nigerian tax system moved to 60 or 65. So the people believe that we have already widened the base. Because if you say that you are widening the base, you are going to have more taxes on your hands. So what I would suggest is that the Captive 2, that law, taxes and levies, approved taxes for legislation, Captive 2 of 1998 or something like that, 2004 now, we should look at that law. Let us see how we can streamline it further. Because even 66 taxes, levies, and charges in a tax system is quite a lot. So asking people that we should widen the base again, people may revolt. That's on one point. Then the other point that Matthew mentioned was about there should be creation of incentives at the subnational level. I did a study in 1996, and I found that in the Nigerian tax system, we had 104 tax incentives in Nigeria. That is also a large number. So I would suggest that the tax incentives we have now, there should be a study on the tax incentives to remove the ones that are useless tax incentives and retain only the good ones. Maybe incentives for the oil sector, for agricultural sector, for mining sector, and the other useless incentives, we remove them from the tax system to a manageable level. So that's my comments on those two, tax incentives and the widening of the revenue base. You have to be careful.
It's the issue raised by Dr. Salami on the utilization of resources. Sometimes I wonder in Nigerian economy, when we say we want to stimulate the economy, and at the same time, we're increasing taxes, whether profit, company taxes, and so on. Stimulating economics a leverage for the company to grow, so that when it generates profit, you will be able to tax it accordingly. But when you now have increased taxes, while the production base of the economy or the company is not doing well, you don't expect much from that particular tax potential. But when we say we should increase our tax base, at least from the presentation, we could see the chain of items that we could actually expand or which we could actually decrease. That will give us a direction on which aspect of the tax base we need to expand. And then the other issue is, maybe I should just give a story of Kaduna State on utilization so that we can see the aspect of the service delivery when you collect revenue. Now, we tried to redefine development priorities last year by making the local government to develop their local government development plan, which should be in line with the state development plan. And what that development plan entails is it has community input on their prioritized area of need. And what it means then is whenever we have a local government chairman on board, he should be able to look at the priority of the development plan and then execute projects in line with what the community have already prioritized in that particular plan. And if you have a plan in that form, you will see what the community need, and what they need is what they are getting. By the time you tell them to give tax on the service they enjoy, it won't be an issue of conflict. And the other issue is sometimes we look at increasing revenue as just increasing taxes. Most of us, where do we actually look for is our income tax. It is only those that are employed that receive income that we can actually tax. Those that are not employed, they are not taxable. So at least we could, like presently what we have on the pipeline is to actually have a database of all taxable individual and organization, so that when they are computerized, you can actually see what they need to do or what they need to pay, what tax rate specific should be taxed based on what income they have generated over time. I think that would simplify everything once you have the database of all taxable individuals and organizations. Then we are on the focus of moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Issa. Well, I think it is clear that tax as a tool of fiscal governance is not something that we would toy with. By the way, just as a news alert, the Nigerian Senate has just passed a fresh Electoral Act amendment bill. That should console those of you who think that the Senate cannot act on time to pass laws. Like Dr. Shumori says, if we consider the Nigerian revenue situation as important, we'll be able to pass it. That should console us. I'd like to take questions from the hall as quickly as possible. Yes, I will take all. Let's keep it at 4. Taiwo Yedele, partner PwC. Can they get him a mic? Oh, sorry, I will go next to the president of ICANN there, and then I'll come to, Dr. Ndanusa. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a quick comment around the social contract, which has 3 main aspects. One is that society comes together and agree on how they should be governed. 2 is society agrees to pay tax. 3, in return for social services. If you look at all the 3 components, we have significant challenges in Nigeria. Starting from our coming together, an agreement as to how we should be governed, even from the Constitution itself. What kind of taxing power should we have at each level of government, and how should that be administered? In terms of paying taxes, you find that in most countries, take the US for example, the top 1% pays more than the bottom 90%. In South Africa, the top 1% pays more than the bottom 99%. In the UK, the top 1% pays more than the bottom 75%. So in Nigeria, the tax to GDP ratio would be low because we are focusing on the bottom 90%. More than 96% of the taxes we collect is coming from PAYE. We're not asking the high net worth individuals to pay. And the tone from government is terrible. The Senate President got away with it yesterday. One of the questions I wanted to ask him, the Auditor General for the Federation released a report. Both the Presidency and the National Assembly have not remitted PAYE deducted on their staff for years. and yet they expect the rest of us to pay taxes. It's not different from MDAs in terms of their attitude to tax. And finally, it's the social services that people expect. People feel like they're a local government to themselves. You provide your water, road, security, therefore you've lost the moral conscience to pay tax, notwithstanding that there's a law that says you should pay. So my view is that the social contract is broken and we need to fix it. I'd like to hear your perspective, if there's time, as to how you think that should be done. Thank you.
With the president, please.
Razak Jaya is the name, ICANN president. I'm very impressed by the performance of Kaduna State as reviewed out by the special advisor. I'm not really too surprised because ICANN launched Accountability Index, which is our contribution to the mechanism for accessing public sector financial management practices and governance. And we launched our first report during our last accountants conference, and the Kaduna State really performed very, very well. So I'm not surprised. Congratulations to them. So other states should please follow suit, and we believe that because the objective of that accountability index is to ensure accountability and transparency in public sector governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Ndanu, sir.
Thank you very much. From Dr. Doyin's presentation, I find it quite interesting, the area of fiscal policy optimization, which you said, of course, is a problem. I came across this, and I believe that during my PhD thesis, trying to relate macroeconomic policy to economic policy, to economic security in Nigeria, I proxied macroeconomic policies, fiscal and monetary, and then I proxied economic security by poverty. And I realized that when I disaggregated the public spendings on security sectors in Nigeria from 1980 to 2015, I discovered that an average of 90% of the spend on the national security expenditures were for recurrent things, only about 8 or 10%. And if you look at that, you will realize that even the spending on the national security, both the internal, the military, and all those are not very productive, because most of it is going on recurrent. Payment for soldiers, payment for movement from food, and all those kind of things. There is no capital spend, and therefore, even if you tax the whole Nigeria, you are getting all the revenue, and 90% of it is going on recurrent expenditure, the economy itself will not be productive, and therefore people will complain because they are not seeing value for their money. And it is very important, and one of my recommendations is that there must be impact assessment on every budget item for you to have a meaningful fiscal
governance structure.
Yes. Without impact, you go to National Assembly, ministries and other agencies, they go to National Assembly, and National Assembly does not require them to have attached to their estimates impact of every naira they want to spend in the area, whether capital or
okay.
Yeah, so basically, therefore, without impact assessment, we will continue to collect the taxes, the tax revenue will be there, but the value will not accrue to the people of Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Permit me, we've just been told that we're keeping every other person waiting outside. So without much further ado, we will be making ourselves available for further questioning outside here. The time is up. I would like to invite the chairman of the session, Dr. Sarah Lade to come and give closing remarks, and we'll continue the conversation. Thank you very much, and my ability for not to say. And I hope she replies that way you did it.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been very good participants. We thank you for your comments, for your inputs. We want to thank Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for the support, for the studies that are still going on. The fiscal commissioners are there. I want to encourage you, if you still have inputs, comments, we're willing so that we take it on board as we continue the studies. The important thing is that the resource mobilization efforts that we have can be done if we only need to do, all we need to do is just a little bit of, structural reforms so that we can also get to the tipping point of tax to GDP ratio of, about 13%. The ERGP puts it at 15%. We hope we can get there. So thank you once again for your thought-provoking comments. God bless.
Thank you.
I forgot to thank our presenters, especially. Sit down, moderator. The moderator was responsible for overshooting the time, so I'll thank him last. But I want to thank our panelists and our presenters. We'll start with Amin. Thank you. Teju, Doi, Dr. Isa, Neil, and finally, the moderator, Awiyemi. Thank you very much, everyone. You get to. Thank you.
You have to take a picture with us. And that brings us to the end. I've been told to do a little bit of housekeeping. There are refreshments for you there, and we'll just take pictures. Thank you very much for being a nice audience. Good day. Oh, Dr.
check. Check, two. Check. Check, two.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down. The back stand at the next session. Let's come in and take our seats, please. Let's come in and take our seats. Thank you very much. You can, please, can we take our seats? And if you want to grab a cup of tea, you can take it and come back to your seat. Let's take our cup of tea and take our seats and settle down. Let's take our seats, please. For those at the door, can we come in, take our seats? And so, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome all of you to the final plenary session this evening. Let me very quickly, because this will be on human capital development, let me welcome our moderator, senior editor, anchor, and special correspondent, Arise News London. Please welcome Mr. Charles Anyagolu. I'd like to welcome you. Please come here. Thank you. And as part of our panel is the founder of the Wellbeing Foundation Africa. Please welcome Her Excellency Mrs. Toyin Saraki. The country director of World Bank, Mr. Rashid Benethod, is also joining us. I'd like to welcome you. The country director of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Dr. Pauline Basenga, is also joining us. The CEO of Sterling Bank PLC, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. And so, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there you have your panel. And we have the moderator set. Charles, you can take it over now.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much indeed. And I just want to say a quick hello and welcome to this NESG session on human development, officially titled Poverty to Prosperity, Making Governance and Institutions Work. And that is, of course, easier said than done, given that here we are. Nigeria is, of course, a symbol and a signal to the rest of Africa, but whether the country will ever properly benefit from its abundant human and natural resources is a question that's more relevant now than ever as the 2019 presidential elections approach and issues of good governance and economic development look set to top the campaign agenda. Can this country really turn its huge potential into tangible wealth for ordinary people? Well, today that's one of the big questions our distinguished panelists, as well as our select audience, will be grappling with. On the panel, of course, as well as the audience, we have people with political leanings, business representatives, global institutions directors, activists and academics from across Nigeria, Africa and the world, all of them experts in their own right, taking part in this NESG Human Development Forum. I'm going to speak briefly, just for 5 minutes, to set up set the parameters of the discussion, and then I shall invite the members of the panelists to come and speak for 5 minutes each to set out their stall, as it were. According to Joseph Stiglitz, and I'm sure you're very familiar with him, according to Joseph Stiglitz, a former chief economist in the World Bank and professor of economics at Columbia University, on average, resource-rich countries have done even more poorly than countries without resources. So why is that? Well, hopefully we'll be getting to grips with that nettlesome issue in the course of today's session. But the fact is that there are greater inequalities in resource-rich countries than elsewhere, as we can see in places like Nigeria, considered to be one of the most unequal countries in the world. And too often there is also endemic corruption, something I'm sure we're all familiar with regard to Nigeria and many other countries around the world and in Africa. At least $400 billion of oil revenue are thought to have been stolen or misspent since independence in 1960, according to estimates. That is 12 times this country's national budget. Meanwhile, 90% of people live on less than $2 a day. High poverty persists. Nigeria ranks as one of the countries with the highest number of maternal, infant and child mortality rates, with one of the highest numbers of malnourished children and the highest number of out-of-school youth in the world, according to UNICEF. And to make matters worse, of those who do go to school, over 70% of graduates are thought to remain unemployable, because though they have the paper qualifications, they lack the right analytical and work skills needed to attract a decent job, thanks to the very low standard of education available to them at the universities and polytechnics. So, as you can see, the scramble for Nigeria's resources, notably oil, has often caused problems rather than created prosperity. Meanwhile, Nigeria, of course, Africa's biggest oil producer, does not refine its own oil and many of its other raw materials. Rather, the value is added elsewhere for the benefit of others, and there's very little provision in terms of employment and improvement to the standard of living. So why has Nigeria failed to make the most of its natural resources and to turn it into benefits for the masses? Who is to blame and whose responsibility is it to put things right? Could there be a different story to the one this country has known since independence? Well, let's begin the debate and the discussion. First, straight away to our distinguished panelists, and it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce them to you as follows. I'd like to introduce Mrs. Toyin Bukola Saraki, who is, of course, the wife of the President of the Senate of Nigeria, and also in her own right, the President and founder of Wellbeing Foundation Africa. Mrs. Saraki. And at the far end, Mr. Rashid Ben Messaoud, who's the country director for the World Bank here in Nigeria. And next to him, Dr. Paula Basinga, Country Director, Nigeria, for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And last but certainly not least, Abubakar Suleiman, who is the CEO of Sterling Bank PLC. Now, the focus for the session is in these areas. We want to talk about welfare services, the quality of education, basic health care services. The Minister of Health was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, he has not arrived. We want to talk about poverty reduction priorities, education access and provision, and very importantly, narrowing income gaps. And what I'll do, because we're already out of time and we don't want to keep you waiting too long, we're going to give each of the panelists 5 minutes to come up here and set their stall and give us a sense of their take on the focus of this discussion, what they do in their organizations, and how that might make a difference here in Nigeria to improve things. So I'm very delighted to first of all invite Mrs. Toyin Bukola Saraki.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be present at this 24th Nigerian Economic Summit, and it has been the foremost annual economic forum for policymakers and captains of industry from the private and public sectors. This is actually the first time I've come myself, first time I've been invited. And I think I was the last to be invited to avoid a manel, but I was very, very happy to provide balance to this panel today. The economic impact of this summit cannot be overemphasized, and I commend the organizers and stakeholders here present for your continued contributions to the development of Nigeria's economy. As the founder president of the Wellbeing Foundation Africa, I'd like to review progress within the health sector and the economic impact that I have tried to make within this country. Throughout the years, I've led a team of enthusiastic young professionals in developing programs that have made great impact, in my opinion, in reducing mortality in the country. According to the data available, the global rate of maternal mortality has dropped by about 44% between 1990 and 2015, but the prevalent mortality rate is still unacceptable in Nigeria, as 1 in 13 women will die during pregnancy and childbirth. The mortality rates for newborns, as stated in a recent UNICEF report, stands here at 7,000 deaths per day. That is about 4 children per minute, while the mortality rate for children under 5 years is about 15,000 children daily. In order to mitigate the effect of maternal and child mortality and its effect upon society, the Wellbeing Foundation Africa developed its own mama care, antenatal and postnatal education classes, which provide information and skills needed by pregnant women for their antenatal, intrapartum, and postnatal health and well-being. We run these classes using trained midwives in 4 states of Nigeria and the Federal Capital Territory. That is Kwara State, Osun State, Lagos State, and Abuja, while we run a different nutritional program also in Lagos State and Kaduna States of Nigeria. Since we started these programs 18 months ago, we have reached over 200,000 women through the years, and it pleases me to say that we haven't lost a single mama care mother to death. We continue in the postnatal period, and we also try to provide financial assistance from the mothers, not from point of care expenses, which are both unreasonable and unaffordable, but by encouraging our mothers to save. So we partnered with Access Bank to start a birth preparedness savings scheme, where the mothers can open an account with a minimum balance, but get double the interest rate for their birth preparedness, which gives them choices. Following the success of these mama care antenatal and postnatal classes, we partnered with the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene to initiate the Emergency Obstetrics and Newborn Care Program in Kwara State with financial support from the Johnson & Johnson Global Health Group. Through this program, we initially trained 600 master trainers in 9 local government areas, who also went on to train a further 62,800 health workers and set up 10 skills laboratories in 10 selected core training medical facilities. Last month, we have now scaled up this program to all 16 local government areas in Kwara State to ensure that all expectant mothers in the state have access to a skilled medical worker who is trained in handling emergencies and complications. We hope that with further support from stakeholders, we will be able to take this program from post-service training in medical facilities to pre-service training in medical schools and nursing schools across the country. We need to do this to reduce the current narrative and the current results on maternal and child health in our country. If I'm to share just one from the field example, the last time I went on an assessment of this program, a doctor who had just received his training told me, and he was 10 years post-qualification, he told me it was the first time that he had learned how to do a proper episiotomy, which is shocking considering he'd been in practice for 10 years already. Nutrition is as important in promoting the growth and development of every Nigerian child, and breastfeeding should be the major component of nutrition in the first 1,000 days of life. Yet, here in Nigeria, we found that more than 800,000 children under the age of 5 die each year, and the majority of new mothers do not practice breastfeeding. Across the country, only 33% of children are breastfed within the first hour of birth, and only 17% are exclusively breastfed for the first 6 months of life. Furthermore, poor infant and young child feeding practices contributes to the prevalence of 37% of stunting in the country and 18% of wasting, with underweight children being at 29%. To this end, we partnered with the Family Health International 360, McCann Global Health, and fortunately the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to run and implement the Alive and Thrive program in Nigeria. We are concentrating at the moment in Lagos and Kaduna states at 790 health facilities throughout the 2 states, where again we are using midwives and again we are using anatomical models to train the health workers in the health facilities to ensure that a mother can breastfeed her child within the first hour of birth. In February this year, the Wellbeing Foundation Africa developed its strategy for water, sanitation, and hygiene. This decision was encouraged by the World Bank Water Report, which showed the critical state of wash within the country. In May, we launched our Global Wash campaign in partnership with Global Water 2020 And our advocacy on WASH took us to Washington, D.C., where we met with members of the United States Congress to ensure that funding for WASH in Africa would continue. In September, we partnered with Unilever's Lifebuoy and Sight Savers to take our WASH campaign to 2 million children in schools across Nigeria and local communities across the country in the next 12 months. Hand washing with soap is simple, but hand washing with soap prevents diarrhea and other related diseases within communities. It also prevents maternal sepsis infection within our medical facilities. The economics of scale in promoting the health and well-being of mothers and their babies cannot be overlooked. And some of the reasons that are inherently a challenge for us in Nigeria include the inverted pyramid we are currently organizing, where people are going to tertiary specialist hospitals with a sore throat, but presenting at primary care with acute appendicitis. In both cases, the facilities that they're presenting themselves at are ill-equipped to look after them. To stop the deaths, we have decided to mount a social enterprise to invest in primary health with our partners, Dye Global and IntraHealth, to actually bring affordable quality care to every Nigerian in their community where it is needed. This is going to need a huge investment, and it's going to need the buy-in from private sector players, from government institutions, and also from our everyday citizen on the street. The average Nigerian accesses healthcare only as an emergency, myself included. We need to begin to make that investment in actually keeping ourselves well, in having everybody insured by one form of insurance or another, so that we can actually achieve what we call universal health. In 2015, global leaders met and they agreed on a set of 17 ambitious goals. But as Dr. Tedros, the DG of the WHO, said at the World Health Summit in Berlin last week, if we do not take urgent action in Nigeria, we will be starting off a domino effect that the world can ill afford. And it's for that reason that the Wellbeing Foundation has committed itself to ensuring health for every Nigerian and health for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Toyin Bukola Saraki there, setting out the issues in healthcare in Nigeria and the things that need to be done to move things forward. I've just been suitably informed that it's probably best for everybody to sit where they are and talk from where they are. So sorry I had to put you through that, but I think there are microphones there, so it makes it reasonably convenient for you to sit where you are and actually talk to us from there. And the next person who very critical in this discussion and looking forward to solutions is, of course, Mr. Rashid Ben Masoud, who is the country director for the World Bank, and would like to hear what he's got to say over the next 5 minutes.
Thank you very much to NESG for inviting us to this 24th Summit. I'm very much delighted to be here representing the World Bank Group. And I think I should begin by talking about poverty first before talking about the economic. And I think here I'd like to take a broader view about Africa. I think the progress in the fight against poverty in Africa, and also here in Nigeria, has been very slow. And the reason is that the population growth is outpacing the economic growth, and also all the efforts that have been accomplished.
Sorry, do you mind speaking more directly into the
okay.
Right, and that way it's a little bit easier to hear you.
Okay, so it's, I just was saying that really the population growth is outpacing the economic growth, and it has really wiped out all the poverty reduction efforts. And in absolute number of people, the population living below poverty line is increasing. And in Nigeria, it's 1/5 of the population of the sub-Saharan Africa, and it's the third populous countries in the world if it continues at this pace of growth. But it accounts for 1/3 of the poor people in Africa. So in terms of progress towards reducing poverty in Africa, it has to happen in Nigeria. So the critical importance of Nigeria for the global reduction fight against poverty. As you know, the World Bank has launched the Human Capital Index back in Bali, and this Human Capital Index is basically a measure of the productivity of the individuals. It looks at the future generation, and it has really three components. One is the component about survival, the second component around schooling, and the third around health. So on survival, it's basically a measure of, it answers the question around will a child born today will survive the school age? That's the first question. The second question is how much of school will he or she complete and how much will he or she learn? And the third question is, will he or she leave school in good health, ready for further learning and for work? So the fact of the matter is that Nigeria did not score well. It scored as 152 out of 157 countries. So that means we need to really call for action. So I think it is very clear that countries that have experienced really sustained economic growth are those really countries that have really invested in human capital. And there are a number of things that needs to be done, both on the education front, on the health front, and in the quality of learning, and in the productivities of the young people and young girls. So I think when we think about the human capital, first is about stunting, on the stunting of the children. Stunting is really a huge challenge in Nigeria, and a lot of the children, more than 44% of the children are stunted. And this is really a number of things that can be done relatively easy to bring the health to the child. The second is the high fertility rate, and this is really an explanation of the poor outcome. So I think high fertility rate is also a problem, and it is in fact a problem because in Nigeria it's around 6 to 7 child that a mother can have, and really a mother who has a child every year is not going to be able to productively contribute to the economic opportunities and the well-being of its children. So I think it's really important that we address this problem of fertility, and it's across the whole sub-Saharan Africa region, the problem of both stunting and high fertility rate. I think we also need to think about what the Nigeria needs. And I think when we think about Nigeria's needs, is we need to go back to its population. The population of Nigeria is really a young population. It needs growth, it needs jobs, and it needs different type of job. It is jobs that allows them to be connected to the rest of the world. So it's a youth population, and the average age of Nigerian is between 17 to 22 years old. So therefore, they need to have an economic growth that provide them with job opportunities which are really linked to, that are created by the digital economy, by the private sector. So I think if Nigeria, we need to leapfrog into the 21st century, I think we need to invest more on its people, but also bringing technology and the digital economy at the center of resolving the problem of Nigeria. I think the education system has to be different, and it is a education system that really brings in the technology. There are a number of initiatives that can be done to bring technology to the classroom, to standardize the curriculum, to bring the really good scripts in terms of the learning materials and standardizing them, and to make sure that they have access to science, technology, mathematics, and so on. So digital economy is really going to be one way of leapfrogging to the 21st century. And I think we need to finally, when I think about the digital economy, it's all about the infrastructure, it's about the digital platform. And I just want to share with you a small experience that we did about 5-6 weeks ago, where we had the training done in Kaduna for young boys and girls, for 900 to 1,000 boys and girls, the age of 18 to 25. And we trained them to access to the job market over the internet over 5 days. And guess what? They were able to, after the training, when it was completed, some of them went back and they were able to get the first income through the digital platform. Some of them reported that they started earning already $100 to $200 per contracts, and it's very good. And we need to scale up those initiatives. And finally, I think it's really important to think about tackling the conflict and fragility. That is really an important part of the human capital. It's doable. And the good thing is that all of this, what I'm saying, Nigeria has had a number of success stories, and we should build on the success story. There are success stories on the social protection policy and the social protection program currently by the government, on its attempt to eradication of polio, its attempt to combat malaria, and innovating financing on the healthcare system, and a number of actions taken on improving the teachers. So all of these are important. And finally, it's very refreshing to know that the government of Nigeria has taken the human capital investment at its heart. It's a pillar of the economic growth, recovery and growth plan. And the government has established a working group under the National Economic Council, which is trying to come up with a specific response to invest in people. So there was a call for actions launched by His Excellency the Vice President, and I'm happy to share with you what was the call of actions after the introductory remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And that's, of course, Mr. Rashid Ben Masoud, who is the country director of the World Bank here in Nigeria. The World Bank, of course, investing tremendous amounts of money, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa, but also responsible for some of the rather depressing statistics we get to hear about this country. So it's a sort of a double-edged sword there. Those statistics very important in understanding what the problems are and how to solve them going forward. Now, just moving further down the line, we've got Dr. Paula Basinga, who is the country director of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And of course, they work with both the government and the private sector in Nigeria here, for those who may not be familiar, as well as civil society, to help people lift themselves out of poverty, particularly children, mothers, lots of people in the agricultural sector, and so on. So over to you, Dr. Basinga.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm not sure what I will say, going after Her Excellency, who has been a great advocate for investing in our people, and your great introduction, and also after Rashid, who just went through all the definition of investing in human capital, and going through all the numbers. I think I will just, put this away because they've just, took all my talking point and I'm now stuck. I've tried just to share some ideas in terms of like the work that the Gate Foundation does in Nigeria, and then also some advice kind of like going, from the federal level down to the state level, kind of like what need to be done. So we've been in Nigeria for the past 10 years, and we partner with the government of Nigeria and several partners. And the first entry point was really to kind of like bring our broader work on global polio eradication in Nigeria, as Nigeria was among the last 3 countries, among with Pakistan, Afghanistan, to eradicate polio. And when you look for the past 15 years, the only one indicator that is going down is the number of cases of polio. The Nigerian government has done amazingly well. Through several governments, it has been clear that the commitment to eradicate polio has been there. Even last week, we attended the Presidential Polio Task Force meeting where the Federal Ministry of Health and NPHCDA presented the progress so far. It has been now more than 2 years without any case of wild polio, even though we are struggling now with an outbreak of derived polioviruses, but the government is really doing its best to really tackle that. But when you, apart from polio, when you look at the other indicators, routine immunization, maternal health, child health, malaria, tuberculosis, all the other indicators are flat. And this is really explaining the increase of child mortality, maternal mortality, etc. And there is a clear commitment for the government of Nigeria to really invest in human capital. As Rashid said, that there is now a steering committee, there's a national engagement to really revitalize investing in people, and then also a very clear commitment. And then also when last month, there was a report that the Gate Foundation published in New York during the Goalkeeper Report, which showed that in 2050, 90% of people living in extreme poverty will be living in sub-Saharan Africa, and 40% of them in only 2 countries in Africa, DRC and Nigeria. And the bulk of those people will be in Nigeria. And in specific states that are really struggling to, raise, some of those key indicators. Now, what can we do in terms of really making sure that we put in place some very specific people-centered reforms? Yesterday I attended the opening session, and there was a very, very, interesting, keynote speak by Professor Lewis, who showed something very instrumental in terms of there is a need to really look at some specific, reforms that are driven by specific political leaders that are really development oriented, that really think about what can we do. If we look at specific states, for example, one thing which is making that we are not able to decrease drastically maternal mortality or child mortality or improve education outcomes is that it will be almost impossible to wait that the country will rise all at the same time. The second session also, when the Excellence Vice President was talking about how they were able to control corruption in Lagos State, for example, he went into really describing some very drastic reforms that happened, many years ago in Lagos State. And when you go back, you look at how, different governors were able to kind of tag team across several governments and really try to implement those drastic reforms. I'll just end by proposing probably 3 points. So if we look at after the election next year, is there a way that some specific, state can really put investing in people as a top priority to really change the indicators going forward? One of them will be probably to, first of all, prioritize, and that prioritization will come with some cost. It means that you are going to kind of put away the release of funds for some other infrastructure project and really release actual funds for, education and health. Because there are many states that have put money into their budget, but on average, at the end of the year, when you look at the release, it's between 2 and 10% money that has been released actually, to invest in people. But then the bulk of the other investment is really on paying salary. The salary wage is huge. I was part of another session yesterday when a governor said that on average, they pay 50 billion a year on salary, but the governor did not think that they are getting 50 billion out of, in terms of like, a return on investment in terms of that. So if you really think about reforming your, like human resource, and then really to try to think about how much money is going to pay salary, what are we getting out of those salary, but those require significant reform that are not politically easy to implement, but it only at the cost of implementing those very drastic reforms, like taking sector by sector, that will be able to unleash that. That will be possible if you really look at the data, trying to really go in details at the state level to understand how many facilities do I have, how many staff are there, are they trained, do they show up at work, are they equipment at those facilities, are they medicine, etc. Who's bringing those medicine? So that we'll make sure that when we talk about investing in people, those people who are at the bottom of the pyramid, who are Nigerians struggling every day to make their living, they are really the engine of this economy, but they are just one disease away from going back to extreme poverty, because when they fell sick, the catastrophic expenditure that they will incur because of the fact that the public services is not there to cater for them, it's really instrumental. So I think we all need to, think critically and think about, all the great plans that we have. How are we going to really move forward and actually do effective implementation of our plan to make sure that, state after state, sector after sector will be able to increase the coverage of indicators, because there are a lot of pockets of, evidence and great projects, but when they add up, it doesn't really increase coverage of key intervention. This is why we continue to see mortality increasing, and it will be like this if really state by state there is not a drastic change. But just by finishing, we'll say that the GATE Foundation is truly committed to continue partnering with the Nigerian government, the private sector, civil society. We have many of our grantees and partners here, and we were here. Nigeria is it's our biggest country office in Africa. And we are truly honored to be here. For these people that are the Nigerian people, we'll be here for the long term. And we are really thinking about being here and partnering with you all. Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Paula Basinga, who is, of course, the country director for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation here in Nigeria. It'll be interesting to talk to you a bit later as the discussions begin to get more sort of into what you're actually doing in Nigeria and how much difference you're making, and some very interesting points you made there. But of course, if you want to move forward beyond aid and help and that sort of thing, you want to talk to an investment bank. You want to go up there and get access to finances and be able to develop your business, create employment, and so on. And certainly one bank that's preeminent in that direction is Sterling Bank PLC of Nigeria, and the CEO is here with us, Abubakar Suleiman.
Good evening, distinguished ladies, gentlemen. I will stand on existing protocol. As is the unspoken policy, the private sector comes last after everybody else. Unfortunately, I think that is exactly what the problem lies. There is clarity as to what the issues are. I think we all agree in this room that there is a crisis in education and there is a crisis in the health sector. There is something else that I also think we should be able to agree on. If we take the entire resources of the federal government and we allocate it to education, it will be insufficient to solve the problem. Same thing applies to health. And so the question is, are we here to tell the government what to do with its resources? Or are we offering a new approach to solving the problem? My sense is that if we don't have a different answer, if we don't have a different way of approaching this problem, I think this is going to be a wasted effort. To give you a sense as to why I'm convinced this is the way to go, the average emerging market, the federal or the government controls about 25% of the GDP. In more advanced economies, it's about 30% and above. Nigeria is struggling at 15%. Not only are we struggling at 15%, we have a massive backlog of investment in infrastructure that we need to attend to. So the point is, how much can the government possibly do? I'm not here to tell the government what it needs to do. We all agree that they can be more efficient and that they can focus on the policy issues. I'm here to make a major observation, which is that if you want to solve a problem of this nature, 15% of the GDP is not enough resources for it. I also want to make a couple of comments or contributions as to what we can do. And finally, I will tell a simple story of what we have done. In terms of what needs to happen, I like to look at it, and effectively, I look at both the health and the education space as critical to what we're trying to do, but I also feel that the issues are very similar. I take it from the demand side, which is how do we make it possible for our people to be able to afford the basic level of education that they need, especially the education they need to be able to be productively engaged and to be able to have basic health services for a start. The first comment is that we do not have the capacity to pay per capita what is paid per capita in the rest of the world. It's just not going to happen. One of the statistics that I found quite shocking was that the average high school student in the US is trained at the cost of about $11,000 per annum. That gives you a sense of what it takes if we are trying to replicate what they've done. We cannot be doing that here. We need to come up with answers and with solutions that recognizes the limitations we have, while at the same time offer our people the opportunity to exist. The second issue around sustainability for me is that whatever we do, whatever solutions we come up with, cannot be a seasonal solution. We cannot put money to an approach that we know cannot be replicated on a sustainable basis. And for me, the solution to creating sustainability is to find market-led solution rather than charity. While we have no problem with charity, we believe that the objective of charity is to create an environment where the market can begin to function and therefore would have a long-term solution. The third point on the demand side is that we need to produce the services for the consumer of today. There is a long-standing conversation as to where is the middle class or where is the emerging middle class. The reality is that the people we need to cater for today are not the middle class in the sense that we want, but they are today's consumers. And so how do we create solutions that is affordable for these people? There have been some effort at this, especially in education and health, and we have supported some of those efforts. To achieve that, we can leverage on technology. We can also try to help the producers to scale up so that the unit cost of production comes down. And we can also provide captive infrastructure, where infrastructures are the challenges that is faced, to be able to get to the price point where people can actually afford. The second observation is on the supply side and what we need to do. It is clear to me that there are policy issues that need to be resolved. But I also believe that a lot of the positive policies have already been put in place. The problem comes with implementation and the fact that rather than the policy becoming a way to ginger private sector participation, it is still a reason why we keep away from providing or supporting these sectors. The third item for me is how we de-risk the starting point. We need to bring in private sector capital. We need to bring in private capital, both local and foreign. But at the starting point, if this is to happen on the scale that we want, we need to put our effort into reducing the risk of failure of the businesses that will provide these services. Obviously, I have made reference to capital, but the single most important issue on the supply side is sadly human resources. So we have a vicious circle where we need to invest in human resources to be able to invest in the human resources. So if we don't break that circle where the teachers and the people who train our children are not properly trained, then we do have a crisis. So if you were to ask me, if the government was to do just one thing in the space of education, train teachers and forget everything else. Finally, I'll tell a story because it's one thing to continue to encourage private sector participation, but until they can see success stories and how such participation can not just contribute to social impact, but also to the bottom line, it's unlikely that they will do so. Sterling Bank, over the last couple of years, decided that it was going to focus its resources on 5 sectors. These 5 sectors we have coined or termed the heart of sterling. The number 1 there is health. The second one is education. The third one is agriculture. The fourth one is renewable energy. And the last one is transport. And the reason I'm telling this story is that we were careful to make sure that the sectors were correlated and that they support each other. So it is not uncommon for us to pay a visit to a school looking for a way to support them, only to find out that the solution they need is a renewable energy power supply for their boarding houses. So you must again find the point where the sectors you focus on support each other. And so why did we pick on this sector, knowing how difficult it is to succeed in them? We realized that if you can find the intersection between the work that the government is doing, the work that the development agencies are doing, and the point where the private sector can participate, if you can find that intersection, that point where their interests are fully aligned, it is fairly easy to de-risk the sector and to begin to bring in private sector participation. As we speak, we have committed over 25% of our loan book to these 5 sectors, of which over half of it has been deployed effectively. We have worked with farmers across the country. We're working with schools across the country. We're working in the health sector where we, from supporting public-private participation in some of the major hospitals, to some primary healthcare center, and to health insurance where we're supporting some states. So in conclusion, let us first and foremost recognize that the government does not have the resources to solve the problem, but the government has the power to create the environment where the resources for the problem will be made available. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, who's the CEO of Sterling Bank PLC. Very interesting points you made there, and I think perhaps what I found most interesting about what you were saying was that Nigeria, in its quest to improve education, simply can't become like the United States or somewhere else, because they simply can't, practically speaking, afford it. And therefore, it is very important, and that is why forums like this are hugely important, to try and find locally driven practical solutions that can perhaps improve the standard of education without having to spend as much money as people do in the West, because Nigeria simply can't afford it. We've heard all the speakers, they've all spoken now, set out their stall. At some point, we're going to go over to the audience, get your contribution, obviously very crucial. These are very important, if I might say so, crunch discussions, because Nigeria is, in fact, at a critical junction. I think if anybody denies that, then they're not really living in reality here. I mean, poverty is deepening, the economy is tremendously sluggish, healthcare and education are suffering, and something desperate needs to be done. And that's why we talk about emphatically about finding locally driven solutions. And when I hear people like Mrs. Toyin Saraki, and of course Dr. Paula Bessinger talking about the things that they've been doing in Nigeria, I think the potential for inspiration is tremendous. So what I want to do is to get a bit more into that. and get a better sense of how you think, Mrs. Saraki, that perhaps modeling on the things that you're already doing in Nigeria, things like maternal care and that sort of thing, how can that be widened to a point where it begins to make a much more significant difference? Because there's so many of these people who are in very dire straits in Nigeria, and what you're doing, commendable as it is a drop in the ocean. I think there's a button you've got to push sort of under there, yeah. Just tap it. Activate it there, yeah. No, there's no button. No, they will do it from there. I'm sure they're working on it.
Maybe you can turn around this way. Turn around this way.
This one is working.
This one is working? Hi, can everybody hear me now? I hope this isn't a microcosm of the Nigerian challenge. But first of all, thank you very much for putting that question to me. And I have to start with all due respect. It makes my blood boil when I hear a comparison like the United States high school student costs $11,000, and because we feel we can't afford it in Nigeria, we should give up already. If we take that attitude, we are never going to take our rightful place on the global stage. Now, what I would say as a Nigerian who has a very global perspective is that I have been looking for something for a very long time, and I don't know if the economists in this room can help me out with it. I've been looking for something called the VSL of Nigeria. That is the value of a statistical life of a Nigerian. And that VSL is normally calculated not by what you do for yourself or what the private sector does for you, because it's a baseline. It's not something you aim towards. It's something you shouldn't fall beneath. And so it's normally what your government does for you. And I calculate that from a human perspective. If a woman is pregnant and she can deliver in a health facility, I know that delivery in a health facility in Nigeria of a normal pregnancy without needing a cesarean is 40,000 naira. So can we start with 40,000? And I don't know if you can keep a tally. Then I know that immunization from age 0 to age 5, if a child receives every immunization, is around 70,000 naira. And these are the key investments that we need to do to put ourselves in the right position. First to survive before we can look at additional added value investments. So that's 70,000. Then I know that for a child to go to school, even if that child is going to a free school, I know that child needs to buy a uniform, 3 exercise books, and 3 HB pencils. That is normally 4,000 naira. Then this is in a free school. So assuming the child has been born in a health facility, the child has been immunized, and the child has been enrolled in a school, we are still under 100,000 naira. And this is a country that prides itself. You know, we have oil, we have natural resources. In fact, take our human beings as part of our natural resources. We have human capital that can be invested in. And I think as the most populous Black nation, I believe, if not even the most populous African nation, for us to be giving up and saying $11,000 is too expensive to invest in our youth, who we want to take the global stage and produce back for us. $11,000 is nothing. This room is filled with businessmen, and you all know that $11,000 as a lifetime investment in one Nigerian youth is less than the salary of a secretary in a middle-ranking organization. So what I am looking for from government is to tell us how much is invested in every Nigerian citizen, and then the private sector and the civil society can decide what added value investment we want to add, actually through our organizations, to the life of every Nigerian. I would also disabuse the fact, because I hear it all the time from the private sector, and I hope Polan will agree with me here, where they say, oh, such and such is in charity. Let me tell you, the modern day charity in 2018, we're not giving because we see a photograph with flies over a wretched child. It's actually an investment. And we reap that dividend in lives saved, in lives improved, and guess what? When we are improving lives, we are saving money for government, because everything in Nigeria at a public level happens for 3 reasons. It's either we're doing something week, or something day, or something as an emergency measure, like when we suddenly look for polio vaccine as an emergency measure. But those of us in the invested civil society, which I think is a better way to describe it, we are trying to make the right conditions routine. And it is at that point of making things routine, it's actually cheaper to do things routine than to do things at the last minute. And that is what we are adding to the demographic dividend. And we need the private sector to join us in improving conditions for every Nigerian as routine. If you were to ask me in the banking sector, what is my wish list from you? I would say, give me a 10 naira opening balance to be able to open a bank account. Because we have, what, 79 million mobile phones in Nigeria? And only, I think, 27.9 bank accounts, and there's 198 million of us. So if you were to say, yes, Mrs. Saraki, for your 7.2 million pregnant women in Nigeria per year, let them bring their 10 naira. And I will open a bank account for them, and I will not give you all that long story about retiring their accounts overnight, and that's why you don't want, 7.2 million people who don't have more than 15,000 naira in their account. I guarantee you that they would save, and not only would they save, they would be in a better position to exercise autonomy over their own lives and be less of a burden either on government or actually the extended family network, which is actually Nigeria's first social investment program. I don't know what more to add to that.
I'd like to respond to thank you very much for that request. Your wish has been granted. We actually do have accounts that are open without any balance at all. But the problem, if I may take that specific issue, is that the banks today are not available in all the communities. So the investment we're making is in an agent network where Sterling Bank currently has over 10,000 agents that are in those rural communities. They're able to open accounts for people in the rural communities, and they can transact, make a deposit or receive money in those communities. So that wish, I assure you, has been granted. But the second comment for me was you asked some relevant questions as to how much the government is investing in every child. The reality is that we're struggling in many cases with about $150 to $200 in total investment, where we're lucky. I think what we're trying to ask ourselves is that pending when that money becomes $1,000 per child or $5,000 per child, how do we use that? Because we are blessed with technology that wasn't available when the education system we have today was set in place. I will share an example. We have realized that when we hire graduates from universities, a lot of them are not equipped to do the basic work of banking. In 12 weeks of intensive training, we're able to convert them and they're able to do this job. The question for me is that, do we need a 4-year university degree to train people for a lot of the jobs that are available today? Or do we need to essentially take our resources and say, we're not looking for university graduates right now, we're looking for competent people to do the works that are available today. Those are the kind of innovative process. We need to challenge the idea that there's only one model, because that model will not work for Africa in its current form.
I think those are two very very relevant points made both by Mrs. Saraki and, of course, by Mr. Suleiman there, that you've got to build institutions, build with what you've got, and invest as much as possible in it, but at the same time, be realistic. Vocational education, for example, could perhaps be more practical in Nigeria than going to a university where you're spending 4 years and most of the, I mean, you can't afford to give qualitative education, and therefore the people are coming out without the proper skills. But let's talk about a very critical area that I think both of you brought up, which is education and investment in that sector. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, of course, one of your stated aims in Nigeria is enhancing access to financial services and collaterally improving education and all the rest of it. Give us your thoughts on that.
Thank you very much. I think on the education front, Rashid will be much better positioned to respond to that. Exactly. So we do not invest directly in primary education in Nigeria. We just globally approved a global education program. Education is, we have a very strong education in the US, but in Nigeria specifically, we support the overall government of Nigeria plan to, develop a framework toward investing in human capital, which include health, education, and also, job opportunities, etc. But I think specifically in education, I think, Rashid has been working very closely with the government. I think he can give more detail on that.
Well, let's bring in Mr. Rashid Ben Masoud, then, who's the country director of the World Bank. Clearly, the World Bank deeply involved in trying to improve education standards in Nigeria, and points that have been repeatedly made is obviously the things that hold back that stated aim of yours. I mean, what can Nigeria do to spring clean the system here and get the country out of that education paralysis, as it were?
Thank you. I think let's take the facts, because the facts speak for themselves. Nigeria has the largest number of out-of-school children in the world, 13 to 15 million people. So we need to go back to that. And quite often when we talk about investment in human capital, we should really go back to the basics, because when the outcomes are so low, we have to really focus on simple stuff. And simple stuff is going to be something along the line that immunize all your children. Let's not have children that are not immunized. Let's have all the children and the pregnant mother well nourished. It can be done. These are also simple. Let's make sure that the children not only access to school, but learn something and stays in school. So, and then bring new technology solutions so that we can provide them with the quality of learning that they'll be ready. When I summarize of all of this, the cross-cutting issue to me is women empowerment. You empower women, you create a nation. So this is really at the heart of the human capital. Second thing, Nigeria is a complex country. It has a number of the federal and the states. And each states are not at the same level of development. And therefore, we need to unpack the human development outcomes by states, because there are states that are very much lagging behind. So therefore, you need to impact the human capital by states and by teams. So when we talk about health, we should even impact them in terms of access to primary health care, access to immunization, and nutrition, and so on and so forth. And drill down as to what is the drivers or the root causes of these health problems. Second, the human capital is not going to be solved only by really thinking that the government funding is enough. The government funding is just not enough to reach the pace that we need to ensure that the children are well fed, well educated. So there has to be link with the domestic revenue mobilization. Even if development partners are coming to support, like the World Bank, Bill and Gates Foundations and others, we are a very small share of the investment financing. So domestic revenue mobilization is going to be a critical part. But to mobilize revenues, you need to improve the transparency, accountability, and efficiency of the spending so that citizens can pay tax and see that their money is being used fruitfully. The other thing is that we need to make sure that the funding are linked to performance. You get money if you perform. You don't perform, you don't get money. As simple as that. So I am trying to say that we can have a complex discussion, but let's go back to basics. Immunize all the children. Ensure that they are well nourished, that they access school and they learn something. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I'm going to throw the discussion open to the audience. And I just want to recognize the sort of presence of Enelana there, who's of course the Minister of Industries and in Nigeria here. Thank you very much indeed for coming in. But I just want to say very quickly that this is a discussion that is very important, not just for the people sitting on the panel and sort of talking at the rest of the audience, but for people who are in the audience, because this is Nigeria and we're all Nigerians. So whatever contribution you want to make, would be more than happy to hear it, whether it's a comment on what you've heard so far, or a question you want to ask, or a contribution you want to make. Is there a microphone that can go round? I don't know if you can be... There was a mobile microphone here a minute. Oh yeah, great.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Odwaya Soya. And I just want to add and lend my voice. Mrs. Saraki, I did read that 5 things we were going to contend with: health, extreme poverty, climate change, and security. I can't remember the 5th from the World Bank. I would want a situation where, as you help these women to take delivery of their babies, you need to let them know and educate them about population control. We can't continue like this. I'm scared at the figures, but I think it presents us with a very rare opportunity. I've read so much. And that's where I agree with the CEO of Sterling Bank. We need a homegrown solution. Yes, we don't say we're lower than the high school student in the US, but at this point in time, we need something that is local to us. We need to create our context. There's something around what context are we placing the education we're discussing, the health we're discussing, and everything we're talking about. We're saying so much, but we're not describing the context. And by context, what do I mean? We can do all of this. I also work with public school children because I believe that, we need to take care of them. Our children can go to the best schools in the world. They just may never come back. Those are the children that will rule this nation in a few years. And what I mean by context is that we need to create our own curriculum. We need to take learnings from across the world, set our context and say this is where we want to be. I can give health, I can give everything. And our fabric of values or our values, we don't have values. We need to start from there and bring it back, like a reset for the young children growing up. And then I think if we do all of this, we can now say we're ready, for the world. Thank you so much.
This one.
Thank you very much.
Just quickly let her respond to this.
Okay, thank you very much for your statement. I fully agree with you that local content is absolutely key to actually operate a solution in local context. And if I can share with you actually why I started the Wellbeing Foundation's Mama Care program. You know, I'm the Global Goodwill Ambassador for the International Confederation of Midwives, which actually represents over 600,000 midwifery associations in 136 countries. And I felt that, well, I'm here in Nigeria, and I know all the global policy, and I could wax lyrical forever on, why you need a midwife. But I really felt that I needed to put midwives at the heart of my own organization and see what they could do. And I engaged initially just 4 midwives, just to share with you the importance of local context. And they started going out to hospitals in the different states where I deployed them. They go to about 4 hospitals a day, and they give classes to women. And I think there's about 130 women in each class. And the first thing we noticed, actually, was that the hospital's management started complaining that antenatal is only full when the mama care midwives are coming. And then we noticed cross-cutting, like for instance, the HIV program people would start coming on the day that the mama care midwives were coming. And then we noticed that the husbands started bringing their wives to lessons. But the most glaring thing was the fact that where we were running mama care classes, the women were simply not dying in childbirth. And I would love to be able to put this all down to the mama care midwife, but that's actually not the reason. The reason is because the women we were teaching became 50% equal partners in their own outcome, just from that transfer of knowledge. Now, it took about 6 months for us to begin to notice this beneficial impact. So we were not surprised when the WHO brought out its new guidelines for low and middle income countries, saying that a woman should have 8 antenatal visits during her pregnancy, as opposed to the previous 4 of the focused antenatal care. So what I would say to every Nigerian who's interested in development, don't assume because you see a champion or an advocate speaking in a globally acceptable or globally translatable language, don't assume that the knowledge is coming only from, I would say, the north down south. A lot of the time, things like kangaroo care, which we're using instead of incubators, and which is proving to be very, very good in the care of preterm babies, they started here in Nigeria. In fact, my foundation was founded on writing the personal health record for Nigeria, which started as an immunization card, went into a growth card, and then went backwards to the mother. It's the first integrated one in the world that actually starts with the mother and finishes with the child at 5. But very few people know that in 1957, there was Professor David Morley in some village in Ogun State who actually created the world's first child scorecard. What we need now is to take our homegrown solutions, and just because they're homegrown doesn't mean they have to be small. We can take them to scale, and we can share this knowledge with the rest of the world. And for instance, that's where I found the Gates Foundation to be incredibly great partners, because they invest and take that risk where others might not. Another example, for instance, is family planning. I think it was in May 2012 that I led the development community to press for a single-use injectable with an injectable contraceptive device, which I think first of all, is a very safe injection because it's a very small injection. You just push it once and you can't use it again, so it makes it safe. And then it expires in her body, it disintegrates in, I think, about 3 months or 6 months. But these are the type of things we need to invest in. I think it's $7 per dose, but I think the development community is trying to make investments in it to bring the cost down. But the truth of the matter, if you go to the villages in Nigeria, no woman will tell you that she's having 7 children because she feels like having 7 children. She's having 7 kids because she thinks some of them might die. That is why she's having too many children. If we can bring health to our people can make better choices. They can space their pregnancies, they can invest in the surviving children, and they can actually do a lot better for themselves and their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And of course, time marches inexorably forward, so we've got to move on. I think there are a couple of questions. Let's take from the gentleman over there. Oh, somebody's got the microphone. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Joaquin Borges. I am from the private sector. I also represent the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. My question is to the Director, Bill Clinton, the Country Director. A few years back, we drugs to Nigeria to be sold at a particular price. What I felt was, you are not addressing the fundamentals of malaria. Malaria is caused by mosquito. And we are not doing anything to control mosquitoes, rather we are trying to control after the infection malaria problem. So in this process, we are not achieving a long-term goal in this process. My suggestion is, whatever funds we have, a portion should be allocated to control mosquitoes, which is breeding in the open areas in Nigeria. And if you have drugs to distribute, unfortunately in the past what happened is the price at which you wanted to distribute did not achieve. By the time it reached the consumer, the price doubled or tripled because of various layers involved in the distribution. My suggestion is you should print the price at which you want to in Naira, so that the consumer, if he buys, the trader demands more price than the consumer, he can be objected by the consumer. This is my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this is a suggestion. I think probably the government of Nigeria, Federal Ministry of Health, the National Malaria Program is in the room. They will probably take that suggestion forward. And I think malaria is one of the deadliest diseases in the world. In Nigeria, when you look at the burden of disease, 25% of the burden is from malaria. And the bulk of, malaria, this is one of the things that the private sector is doing really great. If you look at like 100 people who have malaria in Nigeria, only 30% of them will go to a public sector. 70% will go to different private, clinics, including the PPMVs. So it's really instrumental that the government continue to double down on the strategies to fight malaria. Because, I myself, 2 weeks ago, I was down on malaria. I felt what it means. It takes you 1 week down, even though you have to take, drug for 3 days. It's just, when we talk about, yesterday we were talking about economic opportunities and those people in the bottom of the pyramid who are really doing their best to sell something to feed their kids when they are down and they don't get their $2 a day to feed their family. The economic impact of malaria, it's just huge. So totally agree with you. This is something really instrumental. And as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we are the biggest, private philanthropy contributor to the Global Fund. So we strongly support the Global Fund. The Global Fund is one of the biggest funder, along with the US government, in controlling malaria in Nigeria. So a top priority.
Okay, can I thank you very much indeed for that contribution. I just want to say very quickly that we've got very, very little time left, and I would implore you to keep your questions short so that we get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the spirit of looking for solutions and listening to this very eminent panel, brings to mind what the gentleman contributor said in the morning about the role of religious bodies like churches and mosques, because Nigeria is a very religious country. I know that particularly the churches have been playing historically great roles. I started school from the mission, St. Stephen's in Mina. And of course there were clinics and hospitals built by churches. I wish the other side, if we were used similar, we more or less reliant on government. But what I'm saying going forward, you talked about the issue of family planning. The churches and the mosques can engage in education. Secondly, some of the civil the work that Mrs. Sadaki is doing, the work that etc. How do we get these strategic religious bodies an issue of education.
Right.
In such a way that at least we can have more hands on deck.
Right. Okay. I think it's fair to say that many of those churches and mosques are already doing that work. But if somebody would like to comment briefly on that before we move on.
Yeah, very briefly, I think, Her Excellency also can comment on that. I think this is a critical point, especially when you look at the data in the northern of Nigeria. The bulk of the success that the Gates Foundation, the government, and all the partners have really got in terms of polio eradication, increasing routine immunization, and also, even in nutrition, is really the huge involvement of traditional and religious leaders. So there is now a Northern Traditional Leader Committee on Health, which exists, managed by the National Primary Health Development Agency. They meet quarterly, they discuss all the issues, they are really in the forefront, and even the recent nutrition National Council was held in the, Kano by the Emir of Kano Palace. So the Vice President asked him to host that meeting. All partners, UNICEF, WHO, the Gates Foundation, we all went to Kano to sit in the palace to discuss about that. I think they are just, they have huge access to, the population that no one else has. So they are really working on that.
I think we're probably going to take one more question from the lady.
Yeah. Right here.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Bureaucratic and I have a quick question and a comment. The World Bank, she just spoke very well to the fact that we need to have very simple, practical, deliverable solutions. We're hearing about things being done all over the country, also hearing about the necessity to contextualize and to take things to scale. Is it possible, as I know that there are people manually writing a very report here today, is it possible for us to capture some of what is done in bite-sized pieces? As you said, Nigeria is a complex, multi-layered country. Perhaps the good work that has been done by Tony's team in Kwara State can be replicated and documented is one of the things you said. Because we're so busy doing the work, we don't have time to document, we don't have time to take a unit and to make it replicable in other parts of the country and to own it. So that it's not a Nigeria can't story, but a Nigeria can story. Is it possible that we break down the sort of 36 plus 1 states and begin to look at the excellent examples? We just talked about something that's happening in Kaduna. So can we take that and take it to the new government entities, for instance, and say, you have all these people who are unemployed, who desperately need skills, can we take it and replicate it there? Can we do what Lagos State is doing with their important trust fund for young people and sort of document that and replicate it in other parts of the country? Because I think part of the problem is that Nigeria is so large and so complex and so difficult to deal with, that if we take it in little pieces, perhaps we can then look at that scalability, because it's just about replicating what's already being done. If there are any models, that would be very clear.
Hello. Yes, Dr. Lakija, you're absolutely right. I think documenting stories, success stories are so critical. The unfortunate thing is when there is a good news, you don't hear about it. We hear only about news. So I think it's really important to change the narrative that first it has to be a Nigeria-led solution, that there has to be a national dialogue around human capital, and to ensure that there is country-led solutions. And those solutions will come from success stories that are actually happening. And I can assure you that there are many success stories, just like we need to document them and ensure that we can move to scalability quickly, because marginal changes will not do. We need substantial change. That means we need solutions that can go to scale relatively quickly. And here we really agree with the gentleman that partnership is very much critical. This is not going to be just a government response. It has to be involving the private sector, the civil society organization, the communities, leaders, and so on, to ensure that there is not only an improvement in the service delivery, but also increase the social accountability for the delivery of services. citizens need to know that they are going to receive some services, and they have to hold accountability for the services that are rendered or not rendered. And there are also topics that are requiring very much definite type of partnerships. And here, the imam, the church leaders, the tribal leaders, and so on, are going to be critical part of finding that solution that is really contextualized. So I certainly national dialogue, partnership, success stories, so for country-led solutions.
Thank you very much indeed. We're virtually out of time, so I'm literally going to take one more question, and we're going to have to conclude.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, it's more of a suggestion. I'm directing this at the CEO of Sterling Bank when we were talking about education. We've never really looked at a group of people that we can harness the training and the skill set to put it to, what's the word, fill the gap left by the lack of teachers, qualified teachers. And I'm talking about retired people. A conversation came up with my classmates, many of them are retiring, and they were talking about what to do next. There's an army of trained retired people between the ages of 55 and 65 who practically have very little to do, looking for what to do. And all of us, we remember our grandmothers, those days we used to go stay with grandma and all, and that's how we were actually trained in different things. But no one is looking at that. To fill that gap with primary school education and early secondary school education. And all it will require is just a retraining like we did for the people that came out of university. So I'm sure there's about 1 million people we could put into the system. Can we look at that? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. That is clearly a brilliant suggestion. There are two organizations that we're working with that I will take this to. One of them is Teach for Nigeria, and the other one is 1 million teachers. I think, yeah, 1 million teachers. The people that we've already started working with. Some of them, the work they do has been so impressive that we've seen returnees come back into the country to work with them, and we've also seen people resign their work in the private sector to go into teaching. So once we, I mean, that's just a brilliant idea. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, and we're virtually out of time. I want to thank everybody who's been here, the panelists, of course, starting from the very top, who's sitting over there, and that is, of course, Mr. Rashid Ben Masoud, who's the country director for the World Bank, Dr. Paula Basinga, who's the country director for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mrs. Toyin Bukola Saraki, who's of course the wife of the President of the Senate of Nigeria, and in her own right the President and founder of the Wellbeing Foundation Africa, and of course the Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, who's the CEO of Sterling Bank PLC. Thank you very much indeed, and also thank you exceedingly to the audience. It is all very well, of course, to assemble experts such as yourselves to tackle the nettlesome issues of moving from poverty to prosperity, trying to get Nigerian institutions to work in this regard, but can a meeting such as this ever be more than just a talking shop? That is the challenge for the NESG. Can this summit really come up with workable solutions to this country's stagnant development? Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Charles. Amazing work. Let me, please, we'll have the group photograph. Let me welcome the Honorable Minister of Industry and the Chairman of the Board to please join us up here.
And the PAMSEC.
And the Permanent Secretary. Yes. Thank you very much. While they step down, I'd like to quickly welcome Mr. Wilson Aremabo of the NESG to please step forward here as we present to the startups.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wilson Eremebo, and I'm here to announce the winner and runner-up of the NESG Startup Pitching event. Before I do that, I would like to, can we have order, please? Before I do that, I would like to announce some of the sponsors for the event. I'd like us to appreciate Sterling Bank PLC for their support, Accenture, Olisa Agbakoba Legal, and our partners Ventures Platform. I'd also like to appreciate the judges who came and spent significant time to review the applications and access the events that pitched on Sunday. Please kindly join me to appreciate Mr. Abiola Lawal, Collins Onoegbu, Dave Odwani, Abubakar Suleiman, and Yemi Kerry. We have a video that shows the event last year and the journey of the winner and some of the runner-ups and those that received the prize money. So we would spend about 4 minutes to just watch the video before we proceed to announce the winner and runner-up for this year.
In its continued quest to give a platform to Nigeria's startups and entrepreneurs, the Nigerian Economic Summit unveils the second edition of the Startups Pitching event. The objective of a Startups Pitching event is to connect new ventures seeking to raise funds with potential investors and to provide free business and legal advisory support for these businesses, in a bid to grow the ventures into more profitable businesses. The first in the series of the Startups Pitching event held at the 23rd Nigerian Economic Summit in October 2017 It received a total of 263 applications from different startups across the country. After a thorough screening and selection process, 8 startups were selected as finalists, from which 3 emerged winners of the first edition. Selected finalists of the 2017 edition cut across different sectors of the economy, from education to finance to agriculture to technology and more, in line with the core vision of this initiative. The 2017 startups pitching was thrilling and exciting, from the application stages through to the pitching decks and the final award event. The 3 winners of the first edition gave their thoughts about their experience and its impact on their businesses.
So winning the NESG challenge allowed us to launch a new flavor, so our sales grew over 50%. So it's been good because we essentially were able to grow our sales, even though we still need to grow more because we're still limited by manufacturing capacity. But yeah, being able to open a new market segment has helped the business in terms of relevance, but also in terms of sales.
After the NESG 2017 startup pitching event, we had about 3,000 or 4,000 businesses on our platform. At the moment now, we have about 8,000 businesses, so that prize money has actually helped us to grow in over 100-fold at the moment.
The money came just at the right time. Last year when we got the money, we had very little runway left, and so we're at the verge of going home. But then it came. It was like a lifesaver. We were able to retain our staffs. We were able to double down on our numbers, which helped us to raise investment from EcoVC early this year.
The selection of the final winners is a 3-stage rigorous screening process that ensures the top 3 applications and startups emerge as finalists and winners. The success and achievements of a startup's pitching would not have been complete without the support and generosity of our numerous sponsors and partners. As an ongoing initiative to connect hundreds of Nigerian startups to funding and business advisory opportunities, we are trusting our partners and sponsors to stick with us every step of the journey to make the goal a reality. Once again, you're welcome to the 2nd edition of the Startups Pitching event, and congratulations to this year's winners.
I'd like to invite the chairman of the NESG, Mr. Aswe Godalo, to present, to hand over the prize money to the runner-ups and the winner. The 3rd runner-up for this year will be awarded the Naira equivalent of 2,500 Naira, $2,500. So we have John Tugidi. Can a representative of John Tugidi come up? The 2nd runner-up will receive Naira equivalent of $5,000, and the business is Nicademia. Any representative from Nicademia? Okay. A round of applause, please. The first runner-up will receive Naira equivalent of $10,000, and the business is Cold Hops. And finally, the moment we've been waiting for, the winner will receive $15,000 Naira equivalent, and the business is Zero Care. Congratulations, Zero Care. A round of applause, please. Okay. No? Are they joining us? Can we have the CEO of Accenture, the CEO of Sterling Bank to also join them? And the judges, please, and the other winners. Mr. Jayala, CEO of NESG, please.
Are you familiar with what it does? Zero Care, did you? And because we nice to just talk about it. Okay, so that the audience will know. Not particularly familiar. Okay, who is? So maybe give the one.
No, CEO of Sterling. Sterling. Who will talk about the product a bit?
Yeah, about what they do.
The CEO of Sterling Bank.
Okay. Tell him about what they do a bit. Can you talk about what he does?
Okay.
Maybe you can.
Okay.
So Dave, you can.
So Zero Care, the winner, has come up with an innovative medical solution for the elderly. So we felt that this was potentially a game changer. It's a mixture of HMO and direct care, but focused for the elderly that allows young people, whether in Nigeria or in diaspora, pay for medical care, and it's home-based and it's subscription-based, online, and so doctors can go and visit the parents and provide health care. So I think that's why he won. It's very, very innovative. Thank you.
Lastly, we would like to invite the Dr. Oke Analama, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment, to join them.
You didn't talk to Abaka's level.
And so we have our brand new CEOs in the making. The startups that will push the frontiers of investment in Nigeria forward. This is how we'll be closing tonight. After 2 days, we just have a few words from a very worthy Nigerian woman. She is a co-founder and CEO of WAVE. WAVE is a vocational training platform aimed at empowering millions of disadvantaged West African youths, particularly Nigerians, with employability skills, starting a successful career, and having a brighter future. She's here with us. I'd like to welcome Miss Rewani.
Can you all hear me? Okay. So yes, it's been 2 long days, and you would think the organizers would have picked something light to wrap up the event, but instead they picked a human capital evangelist on the front lines of youth unemployment. And so I know that we are all talked out at this point, so I'll try and keep it short and sweet. The past 2 days of conversations about poverty to prosperity have been interesting. We've seen the facts and figures. We have talked about the possibilities and the pitfalls. Some of it new, a lot of it stuff that we do know. And so I'd like to just tell you something a bit different, why I'm a bit hopeful, or maybe cautiously optimistic. Growing up in the 80s and 90s, in my house, when we would talk about Nigeria, it was either the problem with Nigeria conversations, so corruption, lack of leadership, mismanagement, military rule, or it was the conversations around the potential of Nigeria. 82 million hectares of arable land, less than 40% cultivated. Dozens of types of minerals that were yet to be exploited, natural gas and oil reserves yet to be tapped. And those conversations always excited me. They made me think of the possibilities of what could be and what my role would be in that future. Remember the song Whitney Houston, I believe the children are our future. I felt that that song was talking about me. I imagined that one day I would be an education minister and I would be responsible for getting access to quality learning to all our children in Nigeria. But with every passing Independence Day, we would talk about this potential. And I saw Nigeria go from its 20s to its 30s, and now she's in her late 50s, and we've been potentialing for about 30 years now. And I'm fed up. I'm deeply dissatisfied. One of my favorite quotes is by a man called John Stott, and he says, "Vision is a combination of a deep dissatisfaction with what is and a clear grasp of what could be." I'll repeat. Vision is a deep dissatisfaction with what is and a clear grasp of what could be. In 2012, I was deeply dissatisfied with the millions of young people that were coming out of our factories of failure, aka our education system. And they were going into the labor market, and the labor market was not ready to absorb them because they didn't have the skills that they required. I was deeply dissatisfied by the number of entrepreneurs that I would meet who were struggling to grow their businesses because they couldn't find the talent that would help them be productive. And yet I had a clear grasp of what could be. In Nigeria, indeed, and Africa, where every young person had the skills and access to the opportunity to become what they imagined. And so I found other young people who shared this vision. And we came up with an idea. What if we found young people who were deeply dissatisfied with their current circumstances and yet had a clear grasp of what they could become? And what if we trained them in the skills that employers told us mattered to help their businesses grow? And so we started with a classroom of 12. People who were deeply dissatisfied but had a clear grasp. And what did we teach them? What employers told us mattered. Very simple things. Taking initiative, communicating effectively, digitally written communication or verbal communication. Basic things like managing expectations, showing up to work on time, working with other people, planning a project, executing. And then we connected them to employers. And 5 years later, that small idea has become an organization of over 40 people. We've trained over 2,500 young people, and we've connected 80% of them to the kinds of livelihoods that Peter Lewis referred to on our first day here. And so the evidence from this journey proved to me that the most valuable untapped potential that we are sitting on is our people. I don't know where we're going to find the billions of naira to build the railway, the roads, the off-grid that we need, but we'll get there. But in the meantime, tomorrow when we go back to work, what is our role as business leaders in this room? 3 things we can do. One is to hold our leaders accountable for outcomes and not outputs. I don't care how many schools you built this year. I don't care how many salaries you paid. If learning outcomes are not improving for our children, then we need to have a conversation. So we need to hold our leaders accountable for outcomes and not outputs. I'm tired of those conversations. Secondly, we've talked about this idea of long-term self-interest. The example that captures that for me is the men who built America. Think of John D. Rockefeller, Henry Ford, Andrew Carnegie. They built the roads, the railways, the oil pipelines. And they didn't do it because they were nation building. They saw an opportunity to make massive profits if they could build the operating systems to make sure that the 99%, not the elite 1%, had access to their products. The cars, the rail, the steel, all of that. And so if we can secure our long-term self-interest by looking around us and saying, who are the young people around us in the workplace, in the community, in our religious institutions, how can we start to train them? And like I said, it's not pie in the sky. We don't all have to teach people how to code. But there are very basic skills that make someone employable and useful to a small and growing business today that we all know and we can teach because we learned them through the world of experience, the school of life, as we like to call it. And so let's secure our long-term self-interest by investing in our people today, tomorrow, Wednesday, when we get back to our office. And thirdly, we've talked about prosperity. What does prosperity mean? To prosper just means to thrive financially. If you invest in young people, you increase their productivity, they can earn more money, they become your consumer, they help your business grow, and guess what? We've talked about holding our institutions accountable. We're 1% in this room. In fact, in this room, we are the 1% of the 1%. I can hold my government as accountable as I want, but until we empower and help the 99% to prosper, we are alone. And so we need to empower them to prosper and become custodians of our institutions just like the rest of us. And so if, for all our talking today and all the white papers and all the lobbying that's going to come out of this room, if we can all just commit tomorrow when we get back to our offices to find that young person who just needs that aha moment to help them work smarter, who just needs to know what skills they need to go online and learn, who just needs to hear from you how you started your own business and the pitfalls that you went through so that they can avoid them. We start somewhere. If we start holding our governments accountable, if we secure our long-term interest, and if we help the 99% to prosper by increasing their productivity, I believe, as Peter Lewis said on the first day, modest changes will produce significant results. And so when the story is written of how Nigeria realized its potential, what will your part have been in that narrative? Thank you.
Last year, at the opening ceremony, we had the lawyer called D.K. Chukwumerije who touched our consciences. And this year, we're closing with an education evangelist, hopefully the education minister of Nigeria going forward. Can we put our hands together for the again one more time for Ms. Anrewani? Thank you very much. And what a way to close as I welcome the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Budget and National Planning, Mr. Olajide Odewale, to please do a vote of thanks.
Okay, it's working. I just told the MC that this is the easiest assignment I'll be given at a large audience like this to do just vote of thanks. I believe that you've had so many vote of thanks as we came this far, but you know it's traditional that there must be a formal vote of thanks. So my assignment is very simple. I will start with the established protocol, but let me also recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister, Industry, Trade and Investment, Mr. Lemina. My minister was to be here, but he also had another appointment in the villa. So he said, Pamsek, you're going to be alone with whichever ministers are around, so thank you for coming to the end. My minister is here with us too. So, ladies and gentlemen, by role, as I said, just to say thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Budget and National Planning and the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, the NESG. But let me start, first of all, by thanking the Almighty God for making this 24th Economic Summit a huge success. I want to believe that we have had successful 2 days because of the intensity and the knowledge you have shared, and of course the messages we are taking back to our various homes. So the conclusion I have is that we have had a very successful summit. Our special appreciation goes to His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, ably represented by His Excellency, the Vice President, for his commitment to the summit and the summit process in the last 3 years. We also thank His Excellency, the Vice President, for personally leading the presidential dialogue. Your continued support towards the summit process is well appreciated. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to extend our sincere appreciation to the leadership and members of the National Assembly, the judiciary, and state governors for participating actively during the 2-day summit. Their commitment to the summit demonstrates the determination of all arms and tiers of government to work with the private sector in order to realize the country's aspirations. We're very grateful to all honorable ministers, the head of service of the Federation, permanent secretaries, and other senior government officials, both at federal and state levels, for their active participation in the summit. Also worthy of mention is our private sector partners who have worked round the clock to ensure the success of the summit. We appreciate you all. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to use this opportunity to express our heartfelt appreciation to the Honorable Minister of Budget and National Planning, who is unavoidably absent here tonight, but I will deliver that vote of thanks to him, who is the co-host of the summit for providing the direction and superintending over the summit process. Let me also thank the chairman of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, Mr. Aso Igodalo, for all his efforts. This is his first outing as chairman of the NESG board, and he has demonstrated that his choice as chair was not misplaced. The CEO of the NESG, my brother Laoye Jayola, you also deserve our thanks for the leadership and commitment that you have shown to the summit process in the last 3 years of coordinating the event. Thank you very much. Both the chairman and CEO provided the needed inspiration to the members of the Joint Planning Committee of the NES 24, and other key officials throughout the planning period for the summit. We say thank you, and we will remain grateful. I would also like to appreciate in a special way institutions, corporate organizations, and individuals that contributed financially and materially towards the hosting of the summit. Of course, let me start by appreciating and cherishing the robust financial contributions from First Bank Nigeria PLC, Heritage Bank, Sterling Bank, ExxonMobil, NNPC, Shell Petroleum, ENI, Africa Initiative for Governance, Dangote Group, EcoBank, Keystone Bank, Zenith Bank, Nigeria LNG Limited, Bank of Industry, United Bank for Africa, FNB, Nestle, Coca-Cola, and Nestle. Others are PZ Cousin, Accenture, Nigeria Export Promotion Council, Lafarge, Union Bank, Unilever, Nimasa, Dana Airlines, Dayo Adebayo Photography, FBN Quest, Partnership Initiatives in Niger Delta, FMDQ, amongst others. Please permit me, ladies and gentlemen, if you have representatives of these organizations, can you be upstanding for special applaud? Please stand up, let us see you, so we can do the needful by thanking you specially, in the hope that by next year, we will not have to write you before you indicate and confirm your support again. Thank you so very much. Please, may you have your seat. Furthermore, let me appreciate our esteemed foreign guests, resource persons, chairpersons of different sessions, and our panelists. You brought your wealth of experience and have contributed immensely to the success of this summit. We especially thank the co-chairs, both public and private sector co-chairs, and all members of the Joint Planning Committee and other officials that worked tirelessly to make this summit a big success. I like to say a big well done. I also wish to express our sincere thanks to our friends in the media for always being very supportive, and we salute your objective reporting and cooperation. To all the participating firms and winners of the startup pitching event, I say again, congratulations on all your efforts, and urge you not to relent in your determination to attain those lofty heights already set for yourself. Finally, I will not fail to thank all our most valued participants for attending this summit. I trust that we are all going back more determined in our resolve to move our country from poverty to prosperity and making governance and institutions work in Nigeria. I thank you all, and indeed wish you journey mercies as you go back to your various destinations. Thank you so very much. Thank you and good night.
Yeah, that's a very thorough vote of thanks. It's been 2 working days, 2 amazing days, 2 hard days, but also 2 exciting days. It's been wonderful being around all of you. Shall we rise for the national anthem? Thank you very much. Please, we have the end of summit cocktail outside. Let's continue the networking. God bless you. Good night. Let me also remind you that the Morocco-Nigeria strategic meeting will hold at the Lagos Osun Room tomorrow starting from 9 a.m. And we have some reading glasses here in case you're looking for yours. We have, in fact, 2 reading glasses. We'll leave it with the IAM people that will give it to the Secretariat.